I'm going to direct today's proceedings. I'd like to start by apologizing for starting late. There were a bit of glitches, and please accept our apologies for that. Before we start, I'd like to ask everyone to please put your cell phone on mute, on silent, and if it is really pressing for you to take your call, please use the back door to go out. I'd like to announce also that the session is live streamed. So if you walk to the front, please, Mika, walk this way or this way of this camera. Okay, as you come into the front, if you may just walk this way to come to the front for purposes of live streaming. Oh, all right, whoever is coming to the podium, I think the presenters will be sitting in the front in the seat. You can just come straight to this, to the podium. Again, our cell phones on mute, on silent, so that we don't disturb the program. Thank you very much. As we start, I'm going to ask the commissioner, chairperson of the CGE, Advocate Sepanya Mohale, to come and give us a welcome. Thank you, Chairperson.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As it has been said, my name is Ntabiseng Sepanya Mohale. I'm the chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality. Thank you for making the time to come and be here with us today. We really appreciate the effort. As you may be aware, the Commission for Gender Equality is a Chapter 9 institution that has been tasked with overseeing that the Constitution, the constitutional principles are actually adhered to, but above all strengthened. So we are here today to actually provide an oversight, which is one of the methods by which we use to strengthen constitutional mandate as the CGE. So we are here to provide oversight on the work that you do. Our mandate basically is anything and everything that has to do with gender equality. I am emphasizing this because sometimes people tend to associate us with only one manifestation of gender inequality, which is GBV. We are not a national GBV NGO. We are a constitutional body that works in all aspects of gender equality. So one of the manifestations, as you know, of gender inequality is GBV. It's exclusion of different genders in all aspects of life, including your education. It's undermining of gender equity legislation and principles. It's all sorts of other things, harmful cultural practices that actually, whose harm is directed at women. So we do everything that has to do with gender inequality, and we do work in every area that has to do with working in a progressively realizable manner towards gender equality. The other thing that people tend to confuse us is, unlike the Public Protector of South Africa, for example, who is looking at how government has got to provide for its citizens, our mandate of gender equality is actually the mandate that everyone in our country has to answer to us on. By everyone, I mean government, state entities, private sector, even individuals. Check section 9.4 of the Constitution. It will give you an idea of how broad our mandate is. So every person every nook and cranny in this country is actually a jurisdiction on which we provide oversight. So we've called you today. You are government departments. We also do call private companies, private sector. We've worked with mining houses. We've worked with just other private companies in different sectors. In fact, of the 26 higher education institutions, universities in this country, we have actually already provided oversight and are monitoring 24 of them. We have also been working with 7, already provided oversight on 7 of the 9 TVET colleges. We've got more than 300 institutions that are post-school institutions that we will also have in our plans in the future. So I was given this mandate just so that nobody gets confused about who we are. We are a constitutional body whose existence has been captured in Section 181 of the Constitution, whose mandate and vision and values are captured in Section 187 of the Constitution. And following 187, then the CGE Act 36 of 1998 was then developed. PAJA mentions us. PAYA mentions us. So many other legislation mention us because we are one of 6. Lastly, you may ask which one of those 6. I like to mention them just so that people understand the gravity of our authority. We are a peer of the IEC. We are a peer of the AG. We are a peer of the Public Protector. We are a peer of the Human Rights Commission. We are a peer of, who else? Commission for Linguistic, Cultural, and Language Rights. So what the AG seeks from you with regards to how you use the resources that have been allocated to you is what we are entitled and given power by the law to seek from you with regards to your responsibility to work towards gender equality. So I hope this sort of clarifies and locates us there. But having said that, I want to also emphasize that we are different sides of the same coin, because we all are working towards a South Africa that each and every person will have maximum and optimal realization of their rights in an enabling environment. So we may ask each other uncomfortable questions, but we all carry that duty, and we carry it in a professional way, in a way that should not at any stage be antagonistic. The basis of it must be nothing but transparency and accountability. So I want to give you that comfort to say we are not here with a stick. We are here to say, let's talk. How far are you with doing what you are supposed to do? How far are you with doing what you ought to do? How far are you with what Section 7.2 of the Constitution says the state must provide, promote, and protect the rights enshrined in the Bill of Rights? How far are you? And we would like you as much as possible to be as transparent and open and honest as possible, so that we together walk the journey towards that realization of what 7.2 says we must do. I'll tell you why I say that. We, as I was saying, are one of those bodies that have access without the carrot and stick process to every portfolio committee in our parliament, where we can go and say, we've got these challenges. For example, Department of Health, we do know that there are serious challenges with regards to forensic nurses. We cannot talk about Section 12, about everyone has a right to a safe and free environment, where when there is a violation, the person does not have recourse. And why we do not have recourse is because we maybe have got a forensic nursing course that has not been accredited, but I know now there's one institution that has accredited it, or people not interested in participating because they're saying, what's in it for me? And what you are offering me, I actually see it as exploitation. Those are the things that you must tell us, and we escalate them. You know, and it's worrying sometimes that government departments tend to carry this on their backs as a rucksack, hiding it behind their backs instead of actually amplifying and bringing it to the fore. We are unable to meet our targets because there are these hurdles. So today, let's have that conversation where you bring them out and we note them and we take them forward. But taking them forward means working with you. We will be calling you from time to time to say, how far are you? What have you done with regards to this? But we will also be going to different platforms to actually say, there is something that is not going right. And at the end of the day, you cannot expect KZN Health or KZN DSD to deal with it. It needs you as the legislators. Okay, thanks. Just as a small example, we went to the Free State a few years ago with a colleague of mine, and when we got there, we were told there are no cars, and we said, why? Are you not fixing them up or what? And they were told it was SAPS. And they said, no, there's a government garage in Sasolbeck. When you take your car there, it doesn't matter whether it was for a small screw or it was for an engine overhaul. It never just comes back. And we went there, and it was sad to see that there were more than 200 cars. Some of them, as you know, a car that has been standing forever. Even the wheels have now sunk the car further into the ground. And the police officers there were very honest and said exactly that. Some of the cars have come here for nothing but a clutch plate, and they never get attended to because the service provider is one guy or one company that takes its time. They come here when they like, we don't know how to supervise them, etc. And thankfully, at that time, the Minister of Police was a no-nonsense taker. And he did go and visit, and in no time, some of the cars were being fixed up and driven out of that government garage and going back and making the difference that it should. That is why I'm saying we're here to work together. We're not here to point fingers. So feel free to be honest with us. I've already mentioned our mandate. I also just want to say this is a formal sitting. As you have seen, you received a subpoena. Somebody yesterday was saying, we work with the CGE, why are you subpoenaing us now? Yes, this is a formal sitting. We are calling you as a C9 to come and account to the people of KwaZulu-Natal through us. You will be taking an oath, confirming that what you will be presenting here is the truth and nothing but the truth, so that we hold you accountable. Otherwise, if you were not to take an oath, we would have to hold you accountable in your personal capacity, which would be unfair. If we had not called you via subpoena, we would actually be having just in your language what it's called. We would just be having a long conversation for the day. It is not that. It is a formal appearance. So I'm urging you to take it seriously, but it is not going to be a hostile appearance. We are on the same side. When the Constitution opens in its preamble and says, we the people of South Africa, it's talking about all of us here. We are on the same side. With those few words, I would like to say welcome, and let's have a fruitful discussion. Before I end, I just want to say we have got, because these are public hearings, but we manage them so that you don't end up with a hall full and everybody asking questions and all of that. We want it to be as productive as possible. We have called representatives of sectors that are relevant to the issue that will be discussed today to come in and observe and be part of and take notes and even get the opportunity for a deeper understanding of some of the challenges that you have. We've got people from a representative from the disability sector. We've got a representative from the Men's Forum in the province. We've got a representative from the women's GBV sector. And Zanele, which one? Oh, yes, and the religious sector. And this is an opportunity that we present to them for them to also be there and understand deeper the kind of challenges that you have and the work that you do. So with those few words, over to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The program for today is actually outlined in this manner. I will call upon the stage now Deputy Chairperson of the Commission, Commissioner Subrayan Naidu, who will help us with the purpose of the event for today, followed by the HOD Legal, Mr. Tsietsi Shuping, who's going to help us with Section 12 legal processes, and we'll get a presentation from the legal officer, Unomtandazo, and Mr. Shuping, the HOD Legal, will come back again to administer the oath, and then we'll get the presentation by the department. Thank you, DC.
Good morning, colleagues. As mentioned, my name is Prabhashini Subrayan Naidu. I am the Deputy Chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality. It is my pleasure this morning to deliver the purpose of today's engagement. The National Strategic Plan is a response to the issue of gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa. The National Strategic Plan was developed through a collaborative process involving various government departments, civil society, academic, and experts. The NSP on GBV outlines strategies and interventions to prevent gender-based violence and femicide, supports survivors, strengthen the criminal justice system's response to GBV and femicide, and address the root cause of gender-based violence and femicide. The Department of Health plays a critical role under Pillar 3 in providing comprehensive health services for victims and survivors of gender-based violence, aimed at ensuring quality and sensitivity in the treatment of GBV victims and survivors. The Department of Social Development plays a critical role under Pillar 3 in providing psychosocial services for victims and survivors. The purpose of today's engagement is to assess your progress as these departments in fulfilling your accountability under Pillar 3 of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DC. I'd like to call upon the stage the HOD Legal, Mr. Shuping, to help us with the Section 12 legal processes. Over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, Chairperson, Commissioners, and our distinguished guests. Mine is to present on the legal process for the Commission for Gender Equality, as well as in the detail regarding the mandate of the Commission. The Commission for Gender Equality is a statutory body in terms of Chapter 9 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. In terms of Section 181 of the Constitution, it provides that the Commission is an institution with the purpose of strengthening constitutional democracy in the Republic. It is independent, it is subject only to the Constitution and the law, it must be impartial, it must exercise its powers and perform its functions without fear, favor, or prejudice. Through legislative mandate and other measures, the organs of state must assist and protect Chapter 9 institution to ensure independence, impartiality, dignity, and effectiveness. No person or organ of state may interfere with the functions of the Chapter 9 institutions in executing and furtherance of their mandate. The functions of the CGE includes to promote, protect, respect for gender equality and development and attainment thereof. The Commission has the powers as regulated by national legislation necessary to perform its functions, and it also makes recommendations that it deems necessary. Further, in terms of Section 11, it details further that the Commission may investigate any complaint upon receipt or on its own accord initiate investigation. And in exercising its mandate as per the legal process, the CGE utilizes a notice to appear. Therefore, the accounting officer is required to appear before the Commission, not as a means, unlike the stakeholder engagement where attendance is not compelled. With the Commission for Gender Equality, and in terms of the Act, attendance is thus compelled, and the Commission is empowered to require the provision of information or documents before it. So therefore, that requires enforcement and accountability solely as the functions of the Commission. And in terms of Section 12, subsection 4B of the CGE Act, it provides that the Commission may require any person by a notice in writing under a hand of a member of the Commission addressed and delivered by a sheriff to appear before it at a time and place specified in such a notice, and to produce to it specified articles or document in the possession or custody or under control of such a person, provided that such a notice contains reasons why such person's presence is needed and why such article or document shall be produced. The Commission, through the member of the Commission, should administer an oath or take affirmation from any person referred to in the paragraph, and any person present at the place, irrespective of whether or not such a person is required under the said paragraph to appear before it and question them under oath or affirmation. Section 12, subsection 5 provides that any person questioned shall be competent and compelled to answer all questions put to them regarding the fact or matter connected with the investigation, shall be compelled to produce to the Commission any article or document in their possession or in their custody that is necessary in connection with the investigation. Section 12, subsection 6 provides that any person appearing before the Commission may be assisted at such an examination by advocate or attorney or both. Section 18 provides for offenses and penalties. It states that a person who, without just cause, refuses or fails to comply with a notice of the Commission, refuse to take an oath or affirmation as requested, refuse to answer questions put to them, fail or refuse to furnish particulars required after having been sworn in or make affirmation, gives false evidence before the Commission on any matter, knowing such evidence to be false or knowing or believing it to be true, willfully interrupts the proceeding at an investigation or misbehaves in a manner and place where such investigation is held, defames the Commission or a member of the Commission in their capacity as a member, in connection with any investigation, does anything if such investigation were proceeding in a court of law would have constituted contempt of court, the person shall be guilty of an offense and liable to a conviction or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 6 months. Thank you, Chairperson. That is the process of the Commission.
Thank you very much, HOD Legal. Just a bit of an explanation and that requires us to change the program a bit. We are now going to start with DSD as per the instruction from the commissioners. So the entity that will be presenting has to sit in the front. So let me apologize, colleagues from Department of Health. I will ask you to move to the back and make way for DSD colleagues. We've made provision for 4 seats, HOD, DSD. You may bring to the front colleagues to assist you in your presentation. While colleagues are moving, I will call upon legal officer from the Office of the Commission for Gender Equality KwaZulu-Natal, Ms. Nomthandazo Setole, to please come and present. Give them time to sit first. Yeah. Let them settle. Thank you, Ms. Setole, you may proceed.
Greetings, commissioners, colleagues. Nomthandazo Setole, and I will be presenting on the Department of Social Development. Without going into too much details, I believe my chairperson has covered the mandates of the commission. I will reiterate that we are an independent statutory body created under Chapter 9 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We have a mandate to promote and protect gender equality. This is a presentation of the Department of Social Development's response to the Commission's request for information in the context of the Commission's investigation into the implementation of Pillar 3 of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide in KwaZulu-Natal. And it is aligned with the Commission's oversight role in its examination of DSD's commitments and identifying gaps that impact the achievement of gender equality and effective response to GBVF. This analysis revealed both commendable aspects and areas of concern. Regarding the implementation of VEP victim empowerment programs, the DSD indicated that it has psychosocial support and crisis intervention, counseling and helpline services, parenting and family support programs, social behavior change programs, substance abuse prevention and treatment, as well as women development programs. Regarding psychosocial support and crisis intervention, it highlighted that its provision of psychosocial support is through social workers stationed at various crisis points, including 113 SAPS centers, 20 crisis care centers, and 9 Tutuzela care centers. These social workers, provided through partnerships with organizations such as Lifeline, offer psychosocial support to victims, including guidance on applying for protection orders and shelter admissions. Additionally, trauma response teams operate within each of the province's 12 districts. There, the DSD was citing eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality categorized into eThekwini North and South districts. The province does have 10 districts in total, with eThekwini being the only metropolitan municipality. And regarding counseling and helpline services, DSD submitted that it operates a paid call center managed by 2 qualified social workers who provide counseling and victim support. For round-the-clock assistance, victims can also reach the National GPV call center, which operates 24/7. The presence of these helplines address the need for accessible professional supports, although the paid nature of the provincial hotline may present a barrier to some users. Parenting and family support programs. Regarding that, the DSD stated that it provides several parenting programs, such as Let's Talk parenting program, Sinovuyo parenting programs, Families Matter, and Men Care program, which are designed to strengthen family communication, parenting skills, and confidence. On social behavior programs, the DSD has indicated that targeted behavioral programs include CHOMI and YOLO for youth and adolescents, focusing on responsible decision-making, prevention of unplanned pregnancies, and preventing new HIV infections. Programs like Men Championing Change, MCC, and Boys Championing Change aim to cultivate respectful and positive masculinity, addressing social norms that may contribute to GBV. Through the ROC program, traditional leaders receive training to mitigate harmful cultural practices that may perpetuate GBV. On substance abuse prevention and treatment, it was submitted that programs including Kimoja, Wake Up Call, and GROW provide prevention, therapeutic counseling, and treatment services for individuals affected by substance dependency. The program has made available both inpatient and outpatient rehabilitation services, including state-run facilities. These are commendable as they recognize the intersectionality between GBV and substance abuse. On women's development programs, the DSD indicated that the aim is to improve socioeconomic conditions for women by equipping them with skills like sewing, beauty care, farming, agro-processing, waste management, block making, and construction, which includes plumbing and bricklaying. These programs also assist participants in establishing and registering NPOs or cooperatives, linking them with local government and business sectors for service provisions through registration on the central supplier database. Despite the numerous programs outlined, certain areas in DSD's response suggest room for improvement in transparency and effectiveness. For instance, while the call center may be helpful, the overall accessibility and responsiveness of this program, particularly the reliance on a paid helpline, may limit reach, especially when considering the economic landscape in underprivileged communities. Service offerings under VEP. On this one, the DSD provided a breakdown of its service offerings under VEPs, outlining a range of support services specifically designed to assist victims and/or survivors of GBV, which are as follows. Crisis intervention, the DSD indicated it offers immediate crisis support, including debriefing and containment for survivors in distress. Psychosocial support, it indicated that ongoing support it is cited to help survivors manage trauma and emotional distress. On legal assistance, it indicated that survivors receive guidance on accessing legal services, including information on protection orders and available legal representation. Pro bono and legal aid services were cited. Safety planning, personalized safety plans are developed to minimize the risk of further harm. Regarding victim support services in shelters, the DSD supports victims and survivors in shelters. Information and guidance, it indicated that it ensures survivors are informed about their rights, available services, and next steps. Access to vocational skills, such as skills development to enhance employability and career prospects for survivors. DSD further explained that services are rendered at ward level and social workers are based at APS centers, crisis care centers, and TCCs. This community-level presence is supplemented by collaborations with local NGOs and community-based organizations, which enhance reach in under-resourced and remote areas. Regarding collaboration with other departments, the DSD reiterated its provisions of psychosocial support services at victim-friendly rooms within police stations, further cited participation in quarterly meetings such as human trafficking, prostitution, pornography, brothels, and harmful traditional practices task team, which is led by DOJ and CD. A sexual offenses task team, also led by DOJ and CD. Domestic violence forums, which are also led by DOJ and CD. Provincial Forum on Substance Abuse, Victim Empowerment, and Crime Prevention and Support, which is led by DSD. There's also Provincial Gender Machinery, which is led by the OTP. There's also the Provincial Men's Forum, which is also led by OTP. There is also the Rapid Response Team for Human Trafficking and SOGIs, led by DOJ and CD. Additionally, the DSD highlighted that joint interventions, initiatives, and interdepartmental programs focused on supporting GBV victims and/or survivors are through coordinated prevention and awareness programs aligned with the national calendar events. On shelters and accommodation for GBV survivors, the DSD cited the following regarding availability. It reported that there are 21 shelters and 31 white door centers in the province, distributed across eThekwini and the 9 districts. Notably, Zululand has no shelter, while Umgungundlovu has a shelter that accommodates males. Aside from the shelter in Umgungundlovu, which accommodates males, no data was provided by the DSD to suggest that there were additional shelters in the province that accommodate males. This is particularly concerning given KZN's vast size and statistics for rape, sexual assault, and sexual offenses, which affect all. Only one shelter is available for male victims and/or survivors with a limited capacity of only 9 individuals to service the entire province. Regarding capacity for all the shelters collectively, the DSD indicated that the capacity is 269 people. The commission notes with concern that King Tetshwayo district has only one shelter with a capacity of 10, despite the district's police stations ranking among the country's top 30 for sexual offenses, sexual assault, and rape. Furthermore, King Tetshwayo is one of the most densely populated districts in the province. Given KZN's status as one of South Africa's largest KZN's status as one of South Africa's largest provinces by population, it is imperative that greater efforts are made and resources are allocated to ensure robust support systems for GBV victims and/or survivors. This includes expanding shelter access and capacity across the province to mitigate GBVF effectively. And then on support services to shelters, the DSD stated that it provides a variety of support services to address the psychosocial, legal, and economic empowerment of GBV victims and/or survivors in DSD-funded shelters, which are as follows: psychosocial support services, legal services, and then DSD reported that they provide psychosocial services to GBV victims and trauma counseling to survivors of GBV centers, as well as at GBV centers, as well as providing legal services by connecting survivors to legal aid or pro bono when representation is necessary. They are also supported in documenting evidence of abuse, which can be crucial for protection orders and other legal proceedings. In response to the Commission's inquiries about standards and guidelines followed to ensure safety, security, and well-being of GBV survivors in shelters, DSD highlighted the following. Policy on admission, readmission, transfer, and exiting of victims of crime and GBV from shelters, norms and minimum standards for victim empowerment, policy on the management of white door centers. In addressing the Commission's question on how the DSD monitors shelter conditions, the DSD reported using scheduled and unannounced inspections conducted by district and local service officers. Additional oversight mechanisms cited include developmental quality assurance conducted at 6 shelters accommodating trafficking victims in March 2023, audits by provincial internal services, as well as national monitoring and evaluation. Furthermore, the DSD provided monitoring and evaluation data spanning the past 3 financial years, reflecting a possible aim of conducting quarterly reviews. However, the data reflected inconsistencies in the frequency of monitoring and valuation activities, with DSD attributing some gaps to an official on incapacity leave and the district being unable to provide requested information. The explanation raised concerns for the Commission as it suggests that monitoring and evaluation efforts were hindered by the absence of a single staff member, and there are gaps in reporting regarding monitoring and evaluation of shelters in the province. The Commission views these gaps as needing urgent attention to ensure reliable monitoring and continuous protection of survivors and of victims housed in shelters. Economic empowerment services, the DSD indicated that economic empowerment is a critical focus in their funded shelters, in their DSD funded shelters. DSD reported that survivors receive vocational training and educational programs aimed at building job-related skills and enhancing employability. This includes literacy programs, technical skills training, resume writing assistance, and interview preparation. Some shelters collaborate with local businesses to facilitate job placements. Financial literacy workshops further equip survivors with skills in budgeting, financial planning, and saving. Recognizing the diverse needs of survivors, the DSD has submitted that it has implemented various measures to ensure services are inclusive and accessible for children, LGBTQIA+ individuals, and persons with disabilities, which are as follows. Apologies for that, we'll sort it out just now. Regarding the LGBTQIA+, it submitted that it provides training to the staff at the shelters in partnership with Utingo Network, as well as the Durban Lesbian and Gay Community and Health Center to foster inclusivity at the shelters. And then on persons with disabilities, it provided that it has undertaken minor renovations to enhance accessibility, such as installing ramps, handrails, and reconfiguring spaces to accommodate wheelchairs. However, further support is needed in areas such as sign language services to fully address communication needs for victims and or survivors. Regarding children, it submitted that it ensures that children are connected to schools and ECD centers during their stay at the shelters. And on training and capacity building, to address the specific needs of vulnerable groups, DSD has specialized training modules in place. These include LGBTQIA+ sensitivity and inclusion, trauma management, disability inclusion, bereavement education and GBV, counseling and sexuality education. And to gauge the effectiveness of its training programs, DSD has implemented a performance observation approach where supervisors and managers assess personnel in their interactions with clients and handling of GPV cases. The key areas of focus include the employees' interactions with clients and adherence to GPV handling protocols, helping ensure that training's objectives translate to improved service delivery. Although DSD has not provided data on training impact, it has indicated that it observed improvement in case management practices, including more accurate and timely documentation, improved adherence to established protocols, enhanced follow-up practices with GPV survivors. And then on referral system and coordination, the DSD has indicated that it utilizes specific protocols to ensure that GPV survivors are referred to appropriate services, both within and outside the department. These include immediate assistance and safety, ensuring survivor safety, potentially involving emergency services, and connecting survivors to safe spaces if immediate danger is present. And then on reporting and referrals, it indicated that social workers handle calls from GPV survivors following structured procedures for reporting and referral, including initial assessments to determine the needs and any immediate risk level, as well as referrals to appropriate services such as shelters, counseling, legal assistance, and health services. And then on coordination with other agencies, the DSD indicated that it works with various agencies, including SAPS, NGOs, and healthcare providers to support victims or survivors comprehensively. On documentation and follow-up, case documentation, it was indicated that they ensure continuity of care, while follow-up actions assess whether survivors' needs are met and appropriate support is ongoing. The protocols in place are communicated to DSD employees and partner organizations through collaborative platforms and meetings, as well as public awareness campaigns. Further, on interagency coordination, the DSD stated that it coordinates with departments such as SAPS, DOJ, and DOH to ensure timely and appropriate referrals for GPV survivors through the Provincial Forum for Substance Abuse, Victim Empowerment, Prevention and Support, which is a platform for information sharing, communication of decisions, shared best practices, experiences, and review performance and implementation. Members of the forum are available for urgent referrals. The DSD reiterated its participation in the form of attending the quarterly meetings, which include task teams and other provincial and national meetings, which were discussed in the other slides. On monitoring of referrals, it indicated that it employs a case management system to log and monitor each GPV case, tracking details such as referral sources, service provided, and case progress. Social workers are responsible for follow-up actions, ensuring continuous support and documenting any additional survivor needs. And the DSD reported referral numbers for recent financial years. The Commission had requested the past 3 financial years, and the stats are as follows. For 21-22 fiscal year, it reported 76 cases. For 22-23 fiscal year, it reported 53 cases. And 23-24 fiscal year, it reported 45 cases. It indicated that the referrals are passed from the GPV Command Center to the province for social work interventions. Due to a lack of outcome data, it remains challenging for the Commission to assess the effectiveness or impact of the referral system comprehensively. And on data collection and reporting, it outlined several approaches to ensuring accuracy, confidentiality, and security of the data. It highlighted that it uses standardized data collection procedures, which entail using clear guidelines and standardized tools to ensure that the department has consistent data collection across districts and service providers. Furthermore, training and capacity building for social workers to be trained on data collection and case management procedures were cited. Additionally, regular audits and quality checks help identify and correct discrepancies or errors, ensuring reliability as well as role-based access and confidentiality agreements to restrict access-based on roles, while staff handling sensitive data sign confidentiality agreements and ensures adherence to protection of Personal Information Act and ethical standards to safeguard privacy and maintain data confidentiality. On disaggregated data, in the 2023 and 2024 financial year, it became mandatory for the DSD to compile disaggregated data on GBV survivors by age, gender, disability, and geographic location. This data is used to inform programs, program planning, targeted resource allocation, program monitoring and evaluation, and the department's strategy development. Therefore, the DSD was unable to provide disaggregated data for 3 financial years, but rather managed to provide data for only the 23-24 financial years. On reporting mechanisms, to reporting on GPV activities under Pillar 3, it indicated that it generates reports on its activities and progress related to GPV initiatives, which include quarterly reports which detail the number of cases, services provided, and outcomes. They are submitted to the OTP and its national department. And then progress reports which track specific GPV-related projects and initiatives, offering periodic updates. Now, the reports presented or submitted by the DSD to the Commission did not have data which specifically addresses its compliance with implementation of the pillar that has brought us together today, which is Pillar 3 of the NSP GPVF. On strategic plan reviews, in collaboration with the Office of the Premier, it indicated that it participates in reviews to adjust its strategies based on report outcomes, challenges, and emerging trends to align with the objectives of the NSP GPVF. While there are notable efforts on the part of DSD in providing services aligned with its mandates, there are gaps which need to be addressed, such as the practical impacts of its strategies and projects, transparency in reporting regarding implementation of Pillar 3, the lack of male accommodating shelters in the province, the lack of information on LGBTQIA+ accommodating shelters in the province, among other concerns raised by the Commission in this presentation. It is important for DSD to practically demonstrate that it understands its obligations under Pillar 3. The implementation reports shared, I will reiterate, did not provide data which suggests this understanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sithole. I would like to call upon the podium the acting HOD legal, Mr. Tsietsi Shuping, to come and administer the oath. I'm also calling upon DSD HOD, Mrs. Vilakazi, to please come to the front and take the oath.
Please state your name for the record, please. You can come closer to the mic.
Okay, I'm Nelisiwe Vilakazi.
Do you wish to take an oath or affirmation?
I will take an oath.
Thank you. Come closer to the.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Please repeat after me and say, I, name and surname,
I, Nelisiwe Vilakazi,
do hereby make oath and state,
do hereby make an oath and state
I know and understand the contents of the declaration I'm about to deliver,
I know and understand the contents of the declaration that I'm about to deliver.
I have no objection to taking the prescribed oath.
I have no objection to taking the prescribed oath.
I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience.
I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience.
Please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Or pardon me, and say, I swear that the contents of this declaration
I swear that the contents of this declaration
are true.
are true.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. The deponent is duly sworn in, Your Worship.
Thank you.
I said the Worship Commissioner, thank you.
You're missing calls.
They didn't know we are lawyers.
It's better if you are here so that uzobalula ukuyi-contact. Okay, we are going to receive the presentation from HOD DSD. With the sound.
This is where I am now. Can I go back?
Go back.
If I go back. All right. Oh, thank you very much. I've covered this slide. In terms of the next slide, the Department of Social Development will provide psychosocial support services to the victims of GBV. This work is done by departmental social workers as well as the GBV expansion program. We want to indicate that there's a huge contribution that we're making as the Department of Social SAPS centers which have social workers in those areas, and we also have 20 crisis care centers
and 9 Tutuzela centers to assist the victims of psychosocial support services. We can confirm, Honorable Chairperson, that it's these social workers indirectly are paid by the Department of Social Development, as we have partnered with Lifeline, which is one of the organizations that are working in this space. So the organizations also empowers the victims with skills such as sewing, baking, hair and beauty. They also conduct prevention and awareness campaigns, programs around GBV. The department has 12 districts, 12 districts, and in those districts we have district trauma response teams who are the first responders into emergencies and trauma incidences, where we need to provide prompt response to individuals, groups, families, and communities who are involved and are directly affected by issues around GBV or any traumatic emergency nature. These responses are primarily to address the emotional and psychological needs of those involved. We also have the call center, which is the departmental call center, is a paid line which is managed by 2 qualified social workers, and the aim is to provide that professional counseling and support to the victims. We have indicated the line here, but over and above that, we must indicate that we work with our National Department of Social Development through the National Gender-Based Command Center, of which it opens 24 hours and 7 days a week, and it assists us in terms of the referrals. In terms of program availability, these are the programs that we have. Parenting programs, department, it renders parenting programs aimed at fathers, mothers, and other caregivers. The aim is to increase parents' confidence and caregiving skills that promote communication between couples and their children within families. Furthermore, to also help the parents with positive communication and to overcome their fears and discomfort in discussing sex and sexuality with their adolescents. These include Let's Talk Parenting Program, Synovio Parenting Program, Families Matter Program, as well as Men Care programs. When we do this program, we have learned that from the parents when they were saying initially it was difficult for them to actually engage with their children on sex or sexually related topics. So it does empower the parents. In this slide, we are referring to the program availability. These are the programs also that we have, as indicated earlier. We have social behavior change programs, which include CHOMI. The focus on CHOMI is for children between 10 and 14 years old. We talk on issues on reducing new infections and preventing unplanned and teenage pregnancies. There's YOLO. YOLO, it's you only live once, that's what it means. And the focus is on 15 to 24-year-olds. And the focus is on empowering adolescents and youth to make informed decisions about their lives. Men Championing Change is another program aimed at creating an enabling environment in which men can dialogue and inspire positive values related to sex and sexuality, instill active citizenry amongst men, and break communication barriers. Introduce the stakeholders. Some of the stakeholders that we have here, they have assisted us a great deal as we partner in terms of men championing change, and even in the next program of boys championing change, we have partnered and we have come up with positive impact in terms of the engagement of young boys in this program, boys and young men, to educate and inspire their peers to adopt at an early age in terms of responsible behavior that subsequently result in prevention of human rights abuses and new infections and gender-based violence. And in this program, Chairperson, also, what is good, we've seen that as we even share with them the communication skills that assist the boys in order to understand how do you talk to a girl. Even if you're a boy that is between 15 and 24, how do you do a courtship and engagement with a girl so that you respect a girl at an early age? By so doing, you're making a positive contribution in terms of managing issues of harassment and not respecting girls that lead to GBV. Traditional leaders, the ROC program is aimed at supporting and empowering traditional leaders with the knowledge and skills to assist the community to address also HIV and GBV, and through redressing cultural practices. And this has proved to be also a success because of the positive response that as the province we have received from the traditional leaders. Also, continuing with the programs that we have substance abuse programs where we provide prevention programs such as Kimoja, that I'm fine without drugs, Wake Up Call, Grow. These programs, they render therapeutic counseling and support services to individuals that include even the young people. The assessment of individuals on substance abuse rehabilitation program, provision of inpatient and outpatient services does assist people in terms of those that are dependent on substances. Is the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we have 3 state treatment centers that we are supporting, and then there are those that are run by non-profit organizations. In those 3 state treatment centers, I can indicate, commissioners, that one of them is a treatment center focusing on children, because we realize that children have a challenge in terms of substance abuse. I can indicate that at some point in that treatment center for children, the admission criteria, it was like, we'll take children from 13 years up. But one day when we're engaging with the children, we learned that these children, they start to abuse, use substances at the age of 6, at the age of 7, in such a way that we have then changed now the criteria for admission in a children's treatment center, that if you are a child, you are admitted if you have this challenge of substance abuse. Another program in terms of the programs that we have, there's women development programs that focus on socio-economic participation of women, aimed at addressing poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. Women are equipped with skills on the following. These are the skills that they are exposed to in terms of sewing, craft work, beadwork, farming and agri-processes, catering, sanitary and cleaning, hygiene, beauty, hair, nail care, waste management, plumbing, and so on. And what is important in terms of our observation, that is some of these women who have been trained here, they get empowered to actually live an abusive relationship, because some of them, when we engage with them, we find that you get stuck in a relationship because there is someone who takes care of you. Whereas if you are empowered and you can fend for yourself, you can move on and be able to restore your dignity. Women participants are also assisted in establishing the NPOs or co-ops. They are trained and linked to departmental programs like youth academies. We have youth academies where we train youth on both technical and life skills in the province. There are other activities which include sewing of school uniforms, and with these women, we link them with other departments like ATIA, as well as CEDA, which is Small Enterprise Development Agency, and the local government, because upon completion of these courses, some of them you find that as we partner like with CEDA, they ensure that after training they get the startup kit, so that you move on and you are able to start to do something on your own. This is just a slide, honorable commissioners, where we demonstrate the women that we have trained, you see in the first one, that was the training session that was going on, and as well as this one, and the one there on the top right, and on the below there you can see the beauty skills that they get in terms of doing the nails and so on. Here we partnered with one organization, Nyamukara Project. These women, you can see the beautiful, the beautiful dresses that they are wearing, and they were like modeling on that day. It's what they have sewn themselves, and as women, you design your own outfit that you want to wear on that particular day. It was a day when they were graduating here. It shows that from there onwards, they will be able to actually carry on with their activities. They were even given sewing machines so that when they leave, they are able to start and move on with their lives. Here, they were doing a digital literacy program that also assisted them. We were working in partnership with Post Bank, as you can see there. We tried also to protect them. You can see, you can recognize their faces. In terms of the location of the programs, these programs, they cover both urban, peri-urban and rural areas in the following districts. These are the districts, it's all the districts within eThekwini. eThekwini, we divided eThekwini into two. There's a eThekwini North and a eThekwini South, because it's a metro, it's quite huge. But in all these districts, as indicated here, Ungundlovu, Ukuheri, Kwalamajuba, Umzinyathi, Thuthukela, Hinqitshwayo, as well as Zululand. In terms of the services that are being offered as far as a VEP, Victim Empowerment Program, is concerned, those specific services, they include crisis intervention. We provide immediate support for survivors in distress, including debriefing and containment, psychosocial support to help the survivors to cope with trauma and emotional distress, assistance in legal, in accessing legal services, including guidance, and as well as also how to get protection orders and legal representation, safety planning, where we assist them to develop a personalized safety plan to protect the survivors from further harm, victim support services in shelters of GPVF, information and guidance. Here we provide information that is readily available that can assist them to move on with their lives. We also ensure that they get access to vocational training that I've indicated earlier in terms of skills development, so that they are able to be employable. How we responded in terms of how do we ensure that as social development, our services are accessible and available to all the victims or survivors of GBV, regarding of their geographical location. Social work services are rendered at what level? So in each ward within the province, there is a social worker allocated to that ward. May not be physically there in that ward, but when you phone, for example, in Ndwedwe, in Ndwedwe, they will tell you in Ward 15, social worker so and so is responsible for that ward, and then it's easier for them to access their services. But furthermore, also there are social workers that are based at SAPS centers, at crisis centers and Tutuzela care centers that are also available to provide the victims debriefing, containment and trauma counseling. We know that most SAPS, they do have even the victim-friendly rooms where they get assisted, the survivors. The collaboration that we have also with the local non-government organizations as well as community-based organizations assist us a lot to extend services to under-resourced areas. These partners have local knowledge and infrastructure to reach survivors in remote locations. The collaboration that we have with other departments, we have we work with other departments. Obviously, in this space, you can't work alone in order to have a positive response to the victims of GBV. We provide psychosocial support, as we indicated. At SAPS, there are victim-friendly rooms, as well as in Department of Health crisis centers. We also provide services there. We're in partnership with health, as well as in partnership with the NPA, with regard to Tutuzela care centers. The participation and provision of reports on GBV services at quarterly meetings are as follows. That is part of our collaboration with other departments. There is a JCPS cluster where we also collaborate and get the reports and account in terms of what has been done. There is also sexual offences task team, which is led by Justice. And then there's also human trafficking, prostitution, pornography, brothels, harmful traditional practices task team. This is also led by the Department of Justice, and also a domestic violence forum that is also led by the Department of Justice. A provincial forum on substance abuse and victim empowerment and crime prevention is led by social development, and there is the provincial gender machinery, which is led by the Office of the Premier. And then there is a provincial forum that is led also by the Office of the Premier. And there is a rapid response team for human trafficking and LGBTQIA+, which is also led by the Department of Justice. In terms of further collaborating with other departments, responding on any joint initiatives or interdepartmental programs focused on supporting GBV victims or survivors. We do also observe commemoration of calendar events through joint prevention and awareness programs focusing on services provision by different departments. Department of Health also provides health services and social support to women and children who are survivors of violence. Participation in crime summits and Imbizo, Department of Communication and Digital Technologies, capacity building on digital literacy for women. I can confirm, commissioners, that like as next week, this Department of Communication and Digital Technologies will be in Zululand and Ulundi, where they will be training 60 women who are victims or survivors of gender-based violence, starting from next week, which is one of the collaborations that we're proud of, that we get the support. And also the referral to departments such as ATIA, as well as the CEDA, who assist us in terms of the business training skills that they get, the survivors. The shelters that we have as the province, these are the shelters that we have, a total number, there are 21. We also have the white door facilities. I'm sure honorable chairpersons, commissioners, they know the white door, which is a house within the settlement, where in instances where you are experiencing a violence, you can run to that house. We don't make it publicized so that you are safe when you're there. So we do have these white door house, white doors across the province. There are 31 in all. I want to comment about Zululand being a district that does not have a shelter. I think in the next slides, maybe I can say it now, that with effect from 1 January, the Zululand will have a shelter. There is a slide that will show you the identified site. It was a site previously by Department of Public Works, and then we're able to access it, and it has been renovated. And we have also found a service provider, an NGO, that will assist us to run those shelters. I think I've covered this, that in Zululand, we wanted to ensure, in fact, that in each district there is a shelter. So Zululand, we have clarified that it's work in progress. I think in January it should start because we have done all the necessary plans to ensure that it's functional. And then we must also indicate, I'm sure honorable commissioners, you know about the Kuselega one-stop centers. We have identified one of our facilities within eThekwini, around Ocean View, that will be used as a Kuselega center, because the directive that we had was that each province, it must have a Kuselega center. I'm sure you'll understand the Kuselega center as opposed to a Tutuzela center, that a victim, a mother, can come with his 2 or 3 children and stay there for quite some time while we attend to her. So we do have a space that we have identified in Ocean View, and we are supported a great deal by the National Department of Social Development in order to ensure that gets started. In fact, the plan was that during this time of 16 days of activism, we'll be able to actually officially open it. It is in place. The department also fund 4 accredited shelters for female trafficking in persons who are victims of human trafficking, and one for the male victims. This is the Kuselega center that one was referring to, that is ready for us. For the first time as the province, we'll have a Kuselega center which will be accommodating these GBV survivors. It is within eThekwini. And then this is a Zululand shelter that we're referring to. As we were saying, Zululand for some time did not have a shelter on its own. So it does have a shelter now. You can see they were renovating the place. It is ready. We strongly believe that at least by January, everything will be in place to ensure that it is functional. This slide is the capacity of these shelters across the province. That is 269, and then in terms of the shelters, and then the white doors is 84. We must indicate the other concern also in terms of the shelters for males. There's only one in Pietermaritzburg, Umgungundlovu. We used to have one within eThekwini, but then it got closed down. We are still working hard to ensure that eThekwini has a shelter as well, so that we are able to assist the people from that particular area. It's a concern to us as well. What standards or guidelines does the department allow to ensure safety, security, and well-being of GBV survivors? There are standards that are in place. For example, we look into the compliance on the following: policy on the admission, readmission, transfer, and exiting of victims of crimes and GBV. So there is a policy on that. There are also norms and minimum standards for service delivery in terms of victim empowerment. There is also a policy on the management of white door centers. There are also norms and standards for shelters, prevention and combating of trafficking in persons, national policy framework, integrated standard operating procedure on trafficking, framework on accreditation of services to victims of trafficking in persons, and a draft policy on the identification, assessment, and approval of shelters, as well as the clearance of staff against child protection register and national register for sexual offenses. We also have, in terms of how do we monitor and evaluate the conditions of these shelters, we do the scheduled and unscheduled assessment by districts and local offices, as well as ensuring that there's accreditation of trafficking in persons shelters. They are all accredited, those that we have. Developmental quality assurance was undertaken for shelters that accommodate victims of trafficking at 6 shelters in March 2023. Over and above DSD assessments, we are also supported by the provincial internal audit services, because they've done an audit in these areas as well, and they gave us a report. We identified areas of improvement. As well as also the Commission for Gender Equality's investigation on shelters. The reports that we get assist us to ensure that we improve what we do. And then national monitoring and evaluation. The details on audits that were conducted in the last 3 years, there is a questionnaire that we responded to on this one. For example, in terms of the support services in shelters, there is psychosocial services, counseling support groups, crisis intervention, childcare and support of the survivors with children, and also ensuring that they get counseling as a family to address the needs of both the survivor and the children. And then there is trauma-informed care that assists us in terms of ensuring that all the services that we are providing are trauma-informed in order to ensure that the survivors benefit out of that. In terms of the legal services, survivors receive guidance on their legal rights and options, including information on protection orders, including custody issues and legal proceedings related to GBV. Shelter social workers help survivors to access legal aid services, as we indicated earlier. That includes issues around pro bono and legal aid lawyers. Assistance is also provided in terms of ensuring that they document evidence of abuse and reporting and those incidences to the authorities. And then economic empowerment services, skills training and education, as we indicated earlier, is provided to all the survivors in order to ensure that we enhance their business skills and their technical skills so that they are able to take care of themselves. In terms of the department, ensuring that these services meet the needs of the diverse groups, including children, LGBTQIA+ individuals, and persons with disabilities. The children of victims are linked with local schools or ECD facilities when they are in the shelter, when the mother is there. Therapeutic services are offered to the children as well, and the shelter officials are trained on working with the LGBTQIA+ sector. And we partnered with the Utingo network that assisted us a great deal, and as well as the Durban Lesbian and Gay Community and Health Center. The shelters have ensured that minor renovations are done to accommodate a disability friendly environment, such as ramps, handrails, and rearranging the space for wheelchairs and so on. And further assistance, that is still a gap for now, that is the issue of ensuring that in each shelter there is a person who can use sign language so that it is accessible, it's a service accessible to them. The training programs, training and capacity building, the training programs that are in place for the survivors of GBV, where the personnel was trained. We provided training on victim empowerment, related legislation, prescripts and policies. A training plan is developed in each year so that people, the officials are able to access that training. It varies times, 2 to 3 days training program. There is also a partnership with UN agents who provided the training on us in terms of trauma management and bereavement. And then the content of this is in Annex 2 in terms of the documents that we provided. And then the frequency of training, the training provided, as well as the system to ensure that all relevant staff receive it regularly. The training is provided with the annual training plan and is ongoing. The National Department of Social Development and other government departments assist us a lot. There was also a personal development plan where we aligned the training with the staff in terms of their performance, so that it becomes mandatory that at some point they must get a training, especially those that work within the space of GPV. Specialized training, are there any specialized training programs focused on the needs of specific groups, such as children, LGBTQIA+, and persons with disabilities? Yes, the training with regard to LGBTQIA+ sensitivity and inclusion, trauma management, disability inclusion, bereavement counseling, sexuality education and GPV, sex offender program, restorative justice and victim impact report. We have attached that in Annexure 3. The next one, with regard to monitoring and evaluation, how does the department assess the effectiveness of its training? Pre and post evaluation questionnaires. We also work through the supervisors and managers of the employees who ensure that they do their role in terms of assessing how effective is the person post the training, so that you can see the value of exposing that person to the training. And this also including monitoring interactions with the clients, and also how the GPV cases are handled. The data on the impact of training on service delivery outcomes, we don't have a data as yet, but we have noted the improved case management practices, such as more accurate and timely documentation, as well as better adherence to protocols, and more effective follow-up with the survivors of the GPV. And then the referral protocols, what are the protocols that are there? Referrals are received from different stakeholders, a GPV command center, as well as presidential hotline, and the call center that we have. A referral pathway is available. There is a resource director of services that is maintained in each service point, so that there is also a tracking of the cases and the interagency coordination. And how does these protocols communicated to DSD personnel and partner organizations? There are collaborative platform and meetings, regular meetings and collaborative platforms involving various stakeholders, such as government agencies, NGOs, and community organizations, to ensure that we reinforce the referral system. These meetings ensure that everyone aligned and informed about the latest practices and procedures within the department. There are also public awareness campaigns that are also educational in nature, which include the information on how individuals can seek help and how professionals can report and refer GPV cases. These campaigns help in terms of spreading the information about the services that we provide, and the correct procedure to actually access those services. And there is a participation also, which we value much, commissioners as the province, the participation of the Provincial Executive Council. For example, we have a Provincial Council on AIDS, which is a forum that is chaired by the Premier of the province. And in that forum, the Premier expects that we present progress on how we are responding to the National Strategic Plan on GPV. So that makes every stakeholder to be committed and also to be accountable to the Premier in the province on issues around the NSP. Interagency coordination, how does the department coordinate with other departments? That includes SAPS, DOJ, DOH, to ensure that survivors receive timely and appropriate referrals. There is a provincial forum that is in place. For example, we have a substance abuse, victim empowerment and crime prevention forum, which meets on a quarterly basis, which create a platform of information sharing, communication of decisions, and shared best practices and experiences, which then assist us in terms of the review of performance and implementation on the substance abuse matters, victim empowerment and crime prevention and support. Members of the forum are available immediately should there be urgent referrals. The department also attend these meetings quarterly, where we've listed the forum where the department also participate. That include even the provincial forum for men, which is led by the Honorable Office of the Premier. Interagency coordination, whether there are any challenges in interagency coordination and how they are addressed. There is a lack of an integrated reporting, inconsistent membership at meetings, turnover of staff within departments, lack of capacity. The above have been addressed through the formalized partnerships with the key stakeholders, and some of it have proved to be a success. And we have also ensured that there is consistency in terms of the attendance and participation in meetings, so that you know that who is supposed to be in the meeting for continuity and consistency. Monitoring of referrals, how does the DST track and monitor the effectiveness of referrals made for GBV survivors? There are manual systems that are designed to log details about each case, including the referral source, services provided, and the progress of each case. This helps in monitoring the effectiveness of interventions and ensuring that survivors receive continuous support. Social workers involved in GBF cases are responsible to follow up on actions. They track the progress of each case, ensure that survivors are receiving the necessary support, and report any issues on additional needs. Follow-up procedures help also in maintaining continuous care and support for survivors. This is the report that we have in terms of the referrals that we received in the last 3 years. We must indicate that these are the referrals that we received from the GBV Command Center to the province for social work intervention, and all these cases were addressed, and also feedback given at a local level. And then in terms of the data collection and... Okay. Thank you. Okay, in terms of data collection and reporting, what system does the department has in place to collect data on GBV cases, services provided, and outcomes? There is a data collection tool and forms that are used to gather information on GBV cases, and also there is a non-financial data tool in terms of the services that have been provided, and also we ensure that there is disaggregated data that we collect, and various electronic systems that we have as the department in terms of VEP information management system, business intelligence, as well as intake tracking system. They assist us a great deal in terms of collecting data and ensuring that there is accountability on the work that has been referred to us. How do we ensure accuracy, confidentiality, and security of this data? The standardized collection, data collection procedures, for example, the department uses the standardized tools, as I've indicated, and procedures for data collection to ensure consistency and accuracy across all the districts and service providers meaning the NGOs. These procedures include clear guidelines on what information should be collected and how it should be recorded. This is also the information that assists us at the end of the month, as we also collate the data on the work that was done as far as GBV or VEP cases were managed. Training and capacity building. Social workers involved in data collection and case management receive training to ensure they understand and follow the correct procedures. This helps to minimize errors and ensure that there is accuracy in terms of data management. Verification and validation, these quality control checks are conducted to review the accuracy and completeness of data. Staff members who handle data are required to sign confidentiality agreements, and also must indicate that these staff members are supervised. In the main are social workers. Social workers, they work under the supervision of a supervisor who ensure that they are ethical, there's professionalism in terms of the work that they do. The guidelines that are provided ensure that the data is used responsibly and in a manner that respects the privacy and the dignity of survivors. The department adheres also to relevant data protection laws and regulations such as POPIA that we have in South Africa, and compliance with these laws also help to ensure that the data handling practices meet legal and ethical standards for confidentiality and security. And there are information officers in place as well. In terms of disaggregated data, provide the data like the number of GBV survivors served by DSD programs broken down by age, by disability, by geographic location in the past 3 financial years. We did compile the disaggregated data, but with effect from 23-24, when it became mandatory to ensure that they're broken down by categories such as gender, age, ethnicity, disability, status, and other relevant factors are adhered to. So it's the data that we have from 23-24, which is one of the annexures that we have provided. How is this data used to inform program planning and resource allocation? They assist us in terms of identifying the needs of different groups within the population and allows programs to be tailored in such a way that to address specific needs of the survivors, as well as in terms of their backgrounds, considering the factors such as age, socioeconomic status, and geographic location. Provides the department with evidence for making informed decisions about where to allocate resources. Like, for example, the issue of Zululand, it was a thorn to us because we could see that we can't track NICE because there is this district that does not have a shelter. So the resources have been then allocated to Zululand so that we ensure that there is a shelter there in order to address the needs of the people in the area. It also allows the department to monitor and evaluate the programs in terms of their effectiveness. By analyzing the outcomes for different groups, the department determines whether there is a program equally effective across all demographics or if certain groups need additional support. And it allows the department to strategize on programs to ensure equality and achieve better outcomes across across diverse population. It was during this time when we were looking into this that we identified the need of ensuring that people who run the shelters, they must be trained on the use of sign language, because we've seen that as a gap in terms of communication. In terms of reporting mechanism, how does the department report on activities related to GBV? Under Pillar 3 on the NSP for GBVF, there are quarterly reports that we produce as the department with activities in terms of what is it that we've done, the challenges and the also achievements thereof. These reports typically they include the data on the number of cases handled, services provided, and outcomes achieved. They offer a comprehensive overview of the department's efforts to support the survivors of a GBV, and also these reports, they are submitted to the Office of the Premier for presentation on the Provincial Council on AIDS and National Department. That's the forum where we were saying is the Premier is the one who chairs the Provincial Council on AIDS, and we have to account as the department in terms of our response to GBV. Progress reports also are prepared to provide updates on the implementation of the GBV-related programs and initiatives. These reports track the progress on specific projects, interventions, and activities aligned with Pillar 3 of the NSP of GBVF. And then the strategic plan reviews. The department participates in reviews of in terms of the Office of the Premier, as I indicated, for strategic plan and approaches based on the outcomes of the activities and reports. This includes revising strategies and plans to address emerging challenges and to better align our goals in terms of the NSP of the GBVF. We've provided that as part of the Annexure 5. In terms of the accountability and oversight, what oversight mechanism are in place within the DSD to ensure compliance with NSP and GBVF? There are parliamentary committees. There is a portfolio committee that plays a crucial role in overseeing the department in terms of DSD-related matters on GBV. There are also internal audits. With the department, we do have an internal audit responsible for evaluating departments' operations, including GBV-related matters. And these units also review processes, controls, and performance to ensure that they are effective and compliant with policies and regulations. There is M&E. We also participate in terms of cabinet. OSS is Cabinet Operations Sugumasake, which is a district development plan that we have as the province, targeted interventions in hotspot areas in the province. For example, recently the cabinet was at Umkanyagute because it's one of the districts where we had challenges in terms of GBVF. The provision of GBV reports and at the Provincial Council on AIDS, which is a forum, a structure chaired by the Premier, which are attended by HOD and senior management. Reporting on GBV matters at internal at DSD, EXCO, MENCO, and District Management Forum, as well as the provision of reports on the implementation of the strategic implementation plan on GVB, sexual offences, related matters, trafficking of persons, and CGE implementation plan. How often are these oversight activities conducted, and what are the key findings? We do have monthly meetings, quarterly midterm, and annual reports. For example, there are committees that we're referring to, the Justice Cluster, of which the focus is on Pillar 4 and NSP, on GBV, Sexual Offences Committee. This also, the finding is on compliance in vetting against the National Register on Sexual Offences and Child Protection Register. There is also Action Work Group M, which is a committee. It looks into intersectoral training for stakeholders, establishment of a shelter, ensuring that there is a shelter in each district. So this also made us to ensure that Zululand is not left behind. And then rapid response team on trafficking and persons. There is an assessment and identification of trafficking in persons victim. That's one of the key findings. And then Provincial Council on AIDS, the finding is on the implementation of the KZN strategic plan on GBVF. How often do these oversight activities conducted, and the key findings? I think this is, it looks into these, I think I've done with this, yes, I've done with this one. Complaint and feedback mechanisms. What mechanisms are in place for GBV survivors to provide feedback or lodge complaints about DSD services? GBV survivors use the GBV command center and the call center to complain. Some, they use the presidential hotline to also report. And then as a department, we are also committed by the ethos of the Batupili principles that are there in order to ensure that if there are complaints, we redress accordingly. And then in terms of that, all our local offices, they do have complaints box where they are able to actually track those challenges that are there, and we redress accordingly. And then how does the DSD address complaints and ensure accountability? Upon receipt of a complaint, the department acknowledges the receipt of a complaint to the complainant, and then this initial acknowledgement confirms that the complaint will be reviewed and will provide an expected timeline resolution. Complaints are investigated by officials within the department, and then we ensure that the investigation involves in terms of reviewing the details of the complaint, getting relevant information, assessing the validity of the complaint, as well address the challenge that has been presented. Would then communicate the outcome of the complaint, of the investigation to the complainant, in ensuring that there is transparency in the resolution process. In terms of the interdepartmental oversight, the department also participates in interdepartmental oversight structures related to GPV and NSP, GPVF. There is an interdepartmental committee where we also participate, that is composed of different government departments, and we meet quarterly and also review where we need to ensure that we coordinate our efforts. There is also a task team, a special task team or a working group that was formed to address specific issues around GPVF matters. And there's joint planning sessions. The department, we collaborate with all other stakeholders in order to ensure that we come up with strategies to address matters related to GPV. There's integrated service delivery, also a structure where the department will work with other departments to integrate our services to ensuring that GPV survivors receive the necessary support they deserve. That include also the services with social services, health services, legal and law enforcement to provide that holistic response. There is also intersectoral programs where there is a training program for department to participate, which is a joint training for department, staff from the departments involved in the GPV response program. In terms of the details of any joint oversight activities conducted with other departments, there is a provincial gender machinery, a GPV technical task team to manage urgent GPV cases. There are district trauma response teams. In each district, there is a trauma response team. They intervene on high profile incidents or emergency situations, which include representatives from DSD, SAPS, health and other departments to provide immediate and coordinated response. There are also intersectoral training where department and other departments conduct joint training, as we've indicated, workshops and seminars that are organized to share knowledge and build capacity among different departments on matters related to GPV, as well as victim support and law enforcement practitioners. And then there are district forums that are held in collaboration with other departments also to discuss GPV related matters. Chairperson, I think I've come to the end. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, HOD. And by indulgence of the chairperson of the CGE, Advocate Sepanya Mohale, she's allowed us a 10-minute body break and grab tea. So if we may come back and be seated at 11:42, please. Thank you, colleagues. I think we can resume. We are all back. This session now is the session where I am going to hand over to the Deputy Chairperson, Commissioner Subrayan Naidu, to lead us with questions and answers. And in this session, because we are all seated there, you don't have to come to the front. We'll have roving mics. The first mic is there by the chairperson. Thank you, DC. You'll use the mic. You really need to use the mic because the session, remember, is live streamed. So using the mic is helping that those that have joined us online, they can hear you. That's one. The second part is when you finish speaking, press the button to mute, because if you don't mute, then the other mic, there's interference. Thank you, TC. Over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, HOD, for your presentation. What is now going to unfold is a Q&A session where we will pose questions to you as the Commission and you will provide us with feedback. In the event that you're unable to provide us with feedback now, it is fine. We will then address a communication to you in writing whereby you can provide that feedback in writing. I'm going to open the session with questions from our chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, DC. HOD Vilagazi, thank you very much for your presentation. It was quite a detailed presentation, I must say. We really appreciate the effort that has been put in it. However, HOD, we've just got a few questions that we would like to ask you. Firstly, I would like to start on a positive note and say we have noted your intervention programs. I like them, they're good. Even the naming of the programs is very woke. YOLO and Chomi and what, which is nice, because I think sometimes that's where we lose each other. When we don't use the language that the target group can identify with, they automatically, shut down. So I think there was a lot of innovation that has gone in there, which is quite nice, yeah. And I'm particularly also pleased with the economic development angle that you have taken, because unless we focus on that, we will continue to scratch the surface without any impact. However, I just want to point out one thing. I wish we could have programs that are not worded but rather analytical, in the sense that it's one thing to say we've got a program that is targeting 12 to 15 or something like that. It's called Chomi. But how many people participate in it, in what areas, that would help, because that will automatically lead you to an analysis that at least we are reaching rural areas, we are reaching urban areas, we are reaching informal settlements, that kind of thing. So if you could have the demographics and the numbers, it would really help. And this is what we picked up throughout the program. Then I saw that you are doing work with traditional leaders, which I think is good. We need a lot of work there. If you guys can work with some champions and ambassadors within the traditional leader community that are willing to actually deal with the harmful traditional practices that we are seeing, and a lot of them directed at women and children. I would like to know if you are doing any work with and families as well, but I would like to know if you are doing any work with families around issues of children who are bearing children. This problem has been identified to be largely in Nongoma. We could be wrong, it could be widespread, but the Nongoma area is worrying. These are children who are not necessarily made pregnant by outsiders. These are children who are bearing children of their fathers. It can never get more damaged than that. And then you have the mother to the child, who is the grandmother to the child of the father. Now saying, "Uhlazo lasekhaya." It is shocking. Uhlazo lasekhaya, you all know. Everybody in KwaZulu-Natal speaks Zulu. This is a family secret, this is a family embarrassment, and we will keep it as such. Which then means there are children who never go back to school, because then they will have to account for their time while they were not at school, or they will have to account, if you're pregnant, who is the father of your child. But we also have a second generation of children who never go to school, because the grandmother, who is a real grandmother, and the grandfather, who actually is the father, and a rapist, actually refuses this young child to go back to school, but refuses this young child and the grandmother to go and register this child. So we have got a powder keg in our country, but particularly in this province, where we are going to have a layer of children soon who do not have identity documents, who have never been registered, who have never gone to school, who will never go to school, and it cannot happen under our watch. And this may sound like it's far-fetched. It is already a reality in the Free State province, where women who have come from Lesotho to follow their husbands have actually had children inside the Republic, and some of them, the children have not registered. But it is already a community and a layer of citizenry. Some of them cannot write matric. That's how old they are, because they were never registered. So let's not take it for granted. In no time, it just takes 12 years after turning 5 or 6 for you to reach matric. And then you find that you are due to register and you cannot register. What's going to happen to that child who is being told, you do not exist? They will come back for us. And, you know, those kind of things. If you could also get us more information on your trafficking, brothels, and harmful practices interventions. And what interventions you are doing. I was interested, or fascinated rather, when you said the DOJ is leading that task team. They were here yesterday, they didn't mention it, which is worrying. When the team leading entity actually does not recognize their leadership role in a team with such critical stakeholders. And then my last question would actually be, I would like clarity on the leadership of the TCCs. I'll tell you why I say the leadership of, or TCCs and victim empowerment rooms. We went to the Free State, I'll keep referring to the Free State because I was a commissioner there for the longest, so that's the province I know the most. And we were told by some of the victim empowerment rooms, social workers, to say things have deteriorated since their VEP rooms were removed from DSD to SAPS. SAPS does not see it as their role. Therefore, there's no sanitary equipment for people who come there. There's no cleaning support services. You know, it's just a room where people come and be interviewed and go home in that shocking state that they're in, because SAPS is distant, whereas social development was providing them, I suppose, with the dignity packs and other things. So I would like to know who is leading that here in this province, because we need to start pushing even for uniformity everywhere, so that people get on with things and the certainty around what things are done. Naidu, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. HOD, I don't know if you would like us to go through all the questions and then you would want to respond, or would you like to take this questions and respond to it? How would you like to deal with it?
What would work best for you?
Let's finish them. I'll tell you why, HOD. We need to finish them. Some of the questions you will not be able to answer here. I would like you as a team, as the questions come, advise the HOD to say later, later, later. We will give you a deadline though, by when you should have answered, because we don't want you to, you are under oath. We don't want you to say anything that may be untoward. We'll come back and...
Thank you. From my side, HOD, I would like to address your Kusaleka OSCs. Very good initiative. I would just like to know from your side the capacity, the duration of the stay of the victims. And you said this is the first in the province. And then I want to take you back to your lifeline organizations. You say they are based at 113 SAPs in the province. I think we have more SAPS police stations in the province. How did you identify which of these police stations require a lifeline social worker? And my understanding is that in terms of lifeline, these social workers, in terms of their contract, I understand that they are funded by you, however, they are on duty from 8 to 4. What happens after 4 p.m.? Okay, and then shelters accommodating children. When you are older than 12, sometimes 14 years old, I stand to be corrected in terms of age. How many shelters do you have that accommodate male children in the province and female children over the age of, let's say, 12 years old? Thank you. I'm now going to hand over to my colleague, Commissioner Naidu.
DC, can I just add to your questions? Just in addition, how different are the Kuseleka initiative from normal shelters? Why Kuselekas? It's the first thing. Secondly, I would like you, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, no, it's actually not Department of Justice. I think it's South African Law Reform Commission has actually opened up a dialogue on apartheid legislation that we need to do away with. It's project what, CSC, do you know? I think it's project 194 or 139, I'm not sure. But if you can just check apartheid. Why I'm saying this is because I was once a social worker myself. And it was an apartheid legislation that children, when they reach 18, they must leave a children's home, any government situation, any government setting, they must leave because they are adults. But the sad thing about that approach is at that time, those young 18-year-old men and women were the white 18-year-old men and women who'd go to the police post offices to work in that blue and white uniform, wearing short pants. I'm just giving away my age now. They would be the people who go to hospitals. In Gauteng, it used to be TPA. They would go to TPA to go and be the clerks in hospitals. They would be the prison warders because they were most probably uneducated, but there was a catchment arrangement for them by virtue of them being white. You know, that was the arrangement that had been done by the apartheid government then. So I'm upset and intrigued how we have embraced this 18-year-old benchmark. Our 18-year-olds may still be very, very needy, emotionally, psychologically, physically, and economically, for them to be thrown in the street. But over and above that, we don't even have catchment programs. So I would like you to get in touch with other HOD in other provinces. You must make a contribution to South African Law Reform Commission on this one, to say, let us look at the 18 years. And that 18 years or whatever, whether we change the age limit or whatever, must have a catchment program that works. Thanks. Project 149, South African Law Reform Commission, Project 149. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My concerns are based on evidence and data. You know, a lot of work that we do at the CGE is evidence-based. And what is concerning was that there were several gaps in terms of your data, which hinders the CGE's ability to effectively monitor and monitor your implementation of the NSP on GBVF. No data makes it very difficult to assess. The other concern is around the collaboration with stakeholders. The HOD gave quite an intense and comprehensive presentation regarding a collaboration with stakeholders. However, no minutes of these meetings were made available to the Commission, and that is concerning. Yeah, and the rest was covered by the chairperson and the deputy chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Naidu, HOD. Sorry, Commissioner Naidu has more questions.
Sorry, I just wanted to add, mention was also made about the system on data collection or the tools used. But yet again, no data was given in terms of several issues. So it was difficult for us to assess the impact of your programs. One of them you mentioned was the handing out of sewing machines, training skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. In respect of your annual performance plan for 2024-2025, the current financial year, it's listing the weaknesses that the department, KZN, has identified. One of them is the slow progress of gender mainstreaming of youth, women and persons with disabilities. These areas are critical when it comes into NSP, addressing the issues in the NSP. How is the department progressing in this regard, given that it is identified as a weakness in the department? What is causing this weakness, so that the department can be provided necessary support where it needs? It also saying there is slow progress from moving away from social welfare to social development approach. What is causing that, so that it can be adequately addressed? Did these heavily impact on the implementation of the NSP? Also the issue of the manual system. If it's addressed as a weakness, the system that you are using, what is its effect on the reliable data that the department is having? Because data of the department informs a lot of research and information that government must rely on. And it also speaks about lack of change management strategy. How does that affect the efficiency of the department? So that is in as far as the questions relate to what you identified in the annual performance plan. In your analysis or the information that you provided, you mentioned that you have engagement with the Office of the Premier regarding the reviews or adjustment to the strategies of the department. What is the outcome of those engagement? And what did they contribute to those development or improvement of those strategies? And then further, you will note Pillar 3 also speaks about older persons. We have noted and observed high increase of attacks to older persons in the province. It is a major concern that we are having, and we did not hear you in your presentation addressing this as an essential element of the NSP. What is the development there? And I have noted that one of the key activities is to amend the Older Persons Act. What is your contribution in that regard or development herein? Further, there is a key activity that says there should be finalization of the Victim Support Services Bill. What is progress in that regard? The other aspect that you showed, there are a lot of forums that the department is involved in. About 10 forums you have listed, the committees and forums. Are they retaining the investments of the time that the department is spending on that? We are not seeing reports talking about the outcomes of those forums. Are they just for ticking boxes now, or are they having outcomes? So that is one aspect that needs to be addressed. National Prosecuting Authority yesterday mentioned that there's some social ills that they have observed during prosecution. They mentioned that there is a killing of newly born children when they are born with teething as a social aspect in KZN. Have you, yes, Josini? Oh yes, in Josini, to be more specific. Since you have been engaging with stakeholders, are you aware of such a social practice? It is important that, and it's a key aspect of the department to ensure that the social illnesses and cultural illnesses are addressed. So I want to know if the department is aware of this, because if it is not, then it is very concerning that prosecution, which is carrying its activities, it seems there is no correlation in this regard. And then the other aspect is that KZN tops in terms of the numbers of persons with disabilities in the country. It accounts to about 5.5% of population of KZN is persons with disabilities. Now, when I look at the initiatives that you are having, it seems it's not reflective of how inclusive is KZN in particularly these shelters that you are having in the province and White Houses. To what level are they compliant and accessible to persons with disabilities, given this opportunity that the department is having, as having most people by number in the in the country with persons with disabilities. And then we have noted further in your annual performance plan, it targets in terms of its community mobilization programs. I have just spoken about social illnesses that we are having in the country. Your programs targets about 124 persons or reach through its activities. There is further target of, let me not mix the two. So I'm wondering in that regard, do you think your target for the current financial year suffices to address these social illnesses? I mean, given the population of the province, 124,000, it means we'll only reach even half of the population in the next 10 years or so. So is that really the best approach to be sustained? The department is capacitating NPOs, non-profit organizations. It capacitated about 6,000, or it's targeting to capacitate 6,000 in this financial year. Now, with this, the resources the department is using to capacitate these NGOs, are you getting returns? Because if you look at the number I've mentioned that you are targeting of 124, we should be speaking about at least 2 million to 10 million if these NPOs are also doing their part. If the aim is to capacitate them to further addressing social illnesses. So are we capacitating them for the sake of numbers, or are they doing what they're supposed to be returning back to the society and in furthering the objectives of the department? The last one is the number of youth programs that you reach. Is a target of about 67,400 or 600. So that's about 60,000. So 60,000, there is a lot of social media platforms that we wonder if the department has considered. Remember, the aim is to address social illnesses, and it is a reality that a lot of youth now utilizes social media a lot, which reach can be achieved. And with now the target of the department being about 70,000, it means those youth will end up being adults before even reached with this target. So that should, if you could also elaborate on that to say there are a lot of other social or media communication platforms that can assist in reaching these social illnesses. And I mean, this even takes me back to research that is being conducted by the department to say, to what extent are your research addressing these social illnesses, the GBV that is taking place, what outcomes is your programs driving? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I just noted that one of my questions I'd forgotten. In the period of 3 years, you have only had 174 calls in your that call center. As government, you are expected to lead. At what point are you actually going to be going back to the provincial government and say the money that we are putting into this is not worth it? Let's collapse this. Let's continue with 10,111 that everybody knows. But after the 10,111 calls for KZN, this should be the catchment arrangement that we do. We cannot have a call center that in 1 year has 45 calls. And then we report that as 100% responses were given to that. No, it's not 100%. It's only 45 calls in a province of 12.4 million citizens. It actually is something that we should not even be reporting on. It's not, it doesn't, you know, yeah. So I would like you to go back and look at your call center and say it's not worth it, but suggest something in terms of the money that is being put there. Suggest something in terms of the human capital that is already trained in there. Thanks.
Thank you, pardon me, Chair. I just need also to ask on this one. I've seen that you have some sector indicators in the annual performance plan again of the current financial year. Your annual target regarding the number of victims of crime and violence accessing support services is an annual target of about 44,000. Now I'm wondering if the department is targeting to only reach 44,000 victims. Is that number speaking to the reported cases in courts and at the police services? Then I think this starts to address or to show why the CGE has been consistently saying it seems the victims are not receiving support that they need. And with these targets, it shows that we will never reach most of the victims. So please address that. And it speaks about number of human trafficking victims who access social services. The target is 8. It is a disgrace, the least, to have 8, the target of 8 victims who we are aiming to reach. As the department, this huge with this population, to reach 8. 8, I mean, it can be reached today, if not in an hour. How many victims are struggling per minute, per hour, if human trafficking is this big? Why department in its strategies aims to reach 8 victims or to enable 8 victims to access its services? Similarly to the shelter services, it's targeting to accommodate or to provide up to services to about 2,500. It is fine because it's not under the control of the department how many survivors may be coming to utilize the services. But these targets should be looked into so that they properly address this aspect and there is a proper reach, be it outreach programs and community awareness programs with a broader reach so that the social illnesses can be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. Okay. For starters, I would like to touch on the issue of shelters. The DSD has submitted data. You have informed us that the shelter has a capacity of 269. But for the Commission to be able to measure impact of these shelters, we are going to require data on the number of people who have accessed these shelters, on the number of people who have been trained at these shelters or empowered with skills. And we would require also data on the job placement partnerships. We need to know how many people have been placed so that we can fully assess the impact of the training or empowerment and initiatives that the DSD says victims accessing the shelters receive. And regarding the LGBTQIA plus community, the DSD has indicated that it trains, it provides sensitivity and inclusion training. we need more data on the shelters that actually accommodates these gender minorities. Without that data, we are unable to assess the impact of the training on sensitivity and inclusivity that the DSD has said it provides. And regarding shelters again, some victims or survivors are mothers. They come with their children, and some of those children are boy children, 15, 16. They are minors, also dependent on their mothers. We would like also to know which of these shelters accommodate both the mother and the child. And then regarding all the projects, the beautiful projects, commendable projects that DSD has highlighted and emphasized, we would also like to receive data on how these are popularized. We would like to know how people know about these programs. We would like to know how men and boys know that DSD has these beautiful projects which can also empower them. We know that the stats, especially in KZN, on new HIV infections are quite high. Yet there's this beautiful program that the DSD has for the youth. We would like to know how many people are benefiting and being reached through these projects. And then the DSD also cited, when we requested data regarding shelters, again, the DSD did not respond to some of the questions. Some of the gaps were attributed to an official on incapacity leave. And some was that the district was unable to provide the required information. Now, this explanation raises concerns for the Commission, as it suggests that monitoring and evaluation efforts were hindered because of the absence of a single staff member. We need more information on that. We need to know how the DSD monitors and evaluates the shelters, conducts these monitoring and evaluation efforts at the shelters when one staff member is absent. We need to know how many people are responsible for monitoring and evaluating the shelters in the province. And then regarding the training, DSD, LGBTQIA+ sensitivity and inclusion efforts, the DSD cited that it collaborates or works with organizations such as Utsingo and the Durban Gay Center. And but DSD provided us with registers, attendance registers for reflecting their partnership with Utsingo network. There was not sufficient data, though, to show the reach. It was a few attendance registers. We do not have all the attendance registers. And without that data, we are unable to fully evaluate how effective or how the training is being rolled out in the province. And then the DSD also indicated that there are competing priorities and high workloads which lead to delays or reduced focus on GBV-related activities. Now, we need to know about the caseload allocation for your social workers, and we also need to know regarding the cases. You provided us stats for the past 3 financial years, 76 cases for 21-22, 53 cases year after, and 45 cases for last year. However, there is no outcome data. And without the outcome data, we are unable to fully assess whether your case management system really addresses the needs of the province. And the oversight reports would need the department to share those oversight reports if they are available. We need the DSD to be transparent with the commission. The DSD needs to understand that fighting the scourge of GPV requires a collaborative effort. It calls on all of us to come to the table with the truth and to be transparent. Now we need the DSD to share actual stats, actual data with us. We need evidence of your efforts. You tell us you have these projects, show us how they impact. And regarding accessibility, we'll need that data for all these, for all 21 shelters and for all 31 VEPs. We need to see how they comply, how the shelters and white door centers are compliant with the South African national standards for building regulations. The DSD has to show that it recognizes the intersectionality between disability and gender, and it recognizes that it can be, that that their identities relating to gender, disability, and socioeconomic status may amplify vulnerabilities and create barriers to access for these people, or persons with disabilities, sorry. So we need comprehensive data there. Thank you.
Thank you, Nomti. Just to hone in on the last point Nomti made regarding disability, I would like to know from you, HOD, does the Department of Social Development make provision for persons with hearing and visual disabilities at your victim empowerment rooms and the Tutuzela care centers, specifically in terms of when they are there to report the crime? That is our Q&A, HOD. I will now give you an opportunity to give us feedback. Please remember those questions that you cannot respond to now, you can provide us feedback in writing. Thank you, HOD.
Thank you very much, Commissioners, with those questions. We will request that we provide responses in writing. They're quite many, and also for accuracy that we provide the responses in writing. We're grateful that we'll be given that opportunity to do that. However, we can be able to respond to a few of them, but others, they want us to be accurate and be able to give you whether it is statistics or whatever data that you're looking for. I want to start with regard to that question by the chairperson. We have noted that a concern with regard to the work in terms of the under 18 or over 18. I think I'm happy if the SAA law reform is doing some work on that matter, because 18, it comes from the Children's Act. Children's Act, it says a child is a child between 0 and 18 years. But if the child is within our facility, not necessarily these shelters, you find that like a children's home, which we call child and youth care centers, you find that there is a way in terms of managing that. Like, for example, if you are receiving a foster care grant, there is an allowance that from 18 to 21 you can still receive a grant because maybe you are still a student and so on. But we will follow up on this one, because and also take your advice, because you strongly believe that it can benefit children, especially those with disabilities, because you find that even at schools they are delayed even to find a school and so on, and that affects them. So we'll make a follow-up on that one. I do want to report on the issue of the shelters accommodating children. When we provide a written response, we'll indicate the shelters accommodating children, but most of them, if we are a parent and with small children, you are accommodated. I want my colleague here, I'm not sure whether it's allowed to ask my colleague to respond, like who will share with the commission the difference between a Tutuzela care center and a Kuseleka, because with a Kuseleka it's much bigger and the victim can stay even longer in a Kuseleka center, depending on the programs that we are providing to the victim who is there within that Kuseleka. If you can just take that one. I know there was a lot of work that we did around this, even appraising our cabinet, the provincial cabinet, and in terms of what is the difference between the two and the benefits of having a Kuseleka and so on. So it's the information I just want him to share with us, those specific in terms of the Kuseleka and the Tutuzela center. We will provide the minutes in terms of those different forums where we are engaged as Department of Social Development. Can I just ask, is Mr. Radesh Bairo, he's one of the chief directors responsible for restorative services in the department. So most of this work happens within his chief directorate. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can you clarify that one?
Thank you, HUD, and greetings to the Chairperson, Deputy Chair, Commissioners. Thanks for the questions. Just with the one that, the question with regards to the Tutuzela and the Kuseleka. The Tutuzela care centers are managed by NPA, and although we do have social workers there, they render psychosocial support. However, there's no sheltering aspect, so they cannot stay overnight at the Tutuzela care center. If we move to the Kuseleka is a one-stop center. So it's a Kuseleka one-stop center, and we got our marching orders from the second presidential summit that each province should be operating or managing a Kuseleka one-stop center. The Kuseleka one-stop center expands on the Tutuzela in that it offers a sheltering component where our victims can stay at the Kuseleka right up to 6 months. And whilst they're at the Kuseleka center, the difference is that all other departments, sector departments, need to be operating or be in close proximity to the Kuseleka, and we are aiming that we'll have the departments there with us. For example, SAPS to have an office with us in order to bring in victims so they render the support services, NPA to be there to offer court preparation services, Department of Justice to have an office with us. So it becomes a Department of Health to be there to offer forensic services in terms of forensic nurses, forensic health. And that's the reason why HUD mentioned that we took it to our portfolio committees and to our clusters within the department and to Executive Council to get the buy-in of the other departments that we're operating from one building. As HUD mentioned in the presentation, we've identified a building in eThekwini because of the hotspot areas, being Inanda, KwaMashu, Amlazi, and we identified a building in Durban in that we're repurposing one of the DSD buildings. The question was with regards to capacity. The way we're moving with the Kuseleka is in a phased-in approach, that our first phase will be the sheltering aspect, that we're looking at accommodating 15, but the capacity in our second phase will increase because we're taking on a residential facility that has a capacity of the 15 plus another 60. So we will be expanding capacity and phase in the projects. The other important aspect of the Kusaleka is that it also should be offering skills development. And that's what we want to strengthen, that when our victims come to the Kusaleka, they are exposed to skills development. So they are more economically empowered when they are exiting. Also, the other strength of the Kusaleka that we want to implement, we should be having a ECD at the center. So mothers coming with children needs to be given or going to a registered ECD center that's in the Kusaleka one-stop center. So we've identified a big building that we're looking at accommodating all these different programs at the Kusaleka itself. So we're quite excited, as HOD mentioned, that we have the building, we've renovated, we will be managing it in a phased-in approach, and we're quite excited about this entire project for the province. Thanks, HOD.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barrow. We would want to invite the commission to visit our Kusaleka at some point when the commission has time, because we strongly believe that we are responding to the needs of the victims of gender-based violence. With regard to the questions by the HOD there, mostly they would want us to respond in writing in terms of the data that we have there in our annual performance plan. So we'll respond in writing. But I do want to indicate that the targeting, in terms of how we have set the targets, is also based on our capacity. We would want to reach to more people, but the issue of the capacity is still a challenge. For example, we said we have one social worker per ward, and that social worker in one ward is not only responsible for GBV, is responsible for all social work services. So practical is not possible, because if there is an abused child, if there is a problem with an older person, it's the same social worker. If there are children's court inquiries, the same social workers. So we need more social workers. Currently, the province has 2,600 unemployed social work graduates, and the majority of those 2,600 commission. And the majority of those social workers got a scholarship from government. At some point, as early as 2007, social work was declared as a scarce skill. So National Treasury provided money for Department of Social Development to identify young people who aspire to be social workers. Then that scholarship then made all the provinces identify young people who aspire to be social workers. Then they completed their degrees. Slowly we were able to employ them, but currently, I think for the past 7 years or so, we are unable to actually employ them. And because of scholarship, universities produced more graduates. So we have 2,600, and I think there was a gap in terms of actually being given money to employ these graduates upon completion of their degrees. So that's the challenge that we have currently. I may not say this because maybe it's not relevant, but I must say it to say those unemployed social work graduates, if we can employ all of them, they can make a huge difference, because it's not that when they come we won't have their jobs, considering the social ills that we have as a province. So, but we need just $1 billion. We have calculated that we need $1 billion at an entry level. We can employ all of them. Just before elections, Chairperson, there's maybe for as early as April, May, some of those social workers have been sitting at the Premier's office to date, and they don't want to go home. They say until you employ us. So that's another challenge in terms of the capacity. So when we do the target setting, we target in such a way that we'll be able to actually have people to do the work. And also the baseline also assist us further. For example, if our baseline where we targeted the number which is 8 in terms of human trafficking is based on the baseline on the people that we have serviced, that were referred to us, who are victims of human trafficking. That, but it doesn't mean that if they approach us, won't be able to actually service them as the department. Yeah, I think we request to stop there, but there's a lot that we can say, but we want to be certain and give you accurate information in terms of the numbers. There's this one on with regard to the capacitating the NPOs. The NPOs are diverse. So those that we target in the main are those that we fund also as the Department of Social Development. Remember, if they are NPO registered, they register through Social Development at National. And then we have a responsibility to ensure that they understand the NPO Act, they understand the compliance issues and what is it that is expected of them. So we may not capacitate all of them as they are registered with the National Department of Social Development. But those that we are capacitating are those that are able to deliver the work on behalf of government, on behalf of the Department of Social Development. With regard to youth, as much as we'll respond in writing, we know that we are youth bulge as a country and even as a province. As much as there are initiatives by the department in reaching out to young people, we strongly believe that it is not enough, considering that the majority of the population are young people. So we do look into how best we can reap the demographic dividends as a province. So we have other beautiful programs, CGE, we can invite them. Also, we have the youth development skills program and youth academies. There are 2 academies in the province. Some of those that we send, they are victims of GBV. Some we find that were those who were experimenting drugs and had challenges, maybe through after rehab center. Before you go home, then we subject you to an academy. Within an academy, you trained for 6 months and you get the skills, some of which we are reporting about. The one is in King Tejwa, the other one is in Mkanyagut on the 12th of December. They will be graduating, and that's one of the initiatives where we're trying to invest in young people. We request to respond in writing, Chairperson, but we thank you very much for the engagement, and we will then provide. I just want to check if there's anyone want to add. We're fine. Okay, thank you.
Through you, can I just add one small thing? You know, sometimes it's so frustrating being a citizen of South Africa, I must say. You have just pictured a very gloomy picture, drawn a very gloomy picture of 2,600 social workers being at home, unemployed, and unfortunately you cannot, according to you, absorb them because you will need $1 billion a year to keep them in jobs. This is against the backdrop and a very, very dark silhouette of violence, drug abuse, and all the ills in our society. Yet we have these people that we have invested billions in to take them to go and trade. But the most depressing twist comes where the same department annually gives out the billions to private entities that are called NGOs to do bits and pieces for you. Part of the bits and pieces are buy a car, do this, go that way, set up a drug rehab center, which we know hardly ever work because it's all the rogue people sometimes. It's not all of them, but sometimes you have all the shady people actually running this drug. So what I'm saying is it's not the financial resources. The challenge is at strategic planning and thinking. How is it that you as a government department are actually not saying, no, Premier, those social workers who are camping there are correct. The workload is such that we need not 2,600, but 26,000 of them being churned out every year by our local universities. And guess what? The impact will be 1, 2, 3, 4. We talk about rural areas where nobody is reaching there. You have done a good thing where every ward has got a social worker, but that social worker is dealing with children there, the aged, the disabled, sexual violence survivors, murder victims in terms of trauma counseling, you know, all of those things. All I'm saying is, how is it that you are leaders? You are not employees, but you are leaders with fundamental responsibilities. The Constitution is saying we rely on you to make sure that the quality of life of each and every South African is such that they grow. It is in the preamble of the Constitution. It is our thou shalt, that preamble, because it says we the people of South Africa. How is it that we are not seeing ourselves as, hey, I've got a duty to do exactly what that preamble says? But that preamble, you must remember, it sets the tone, it sets the value base of how then we roll out this Constitution. Chapter 3 of the Constitution, Section 40 of the Constitution, then says, no one shall work alone to service we the people. How is it that we do not see ourselves as holy? We're not having an impact here. We're wasting resources. Let us do 1, 2, 3, 4. Bona hona janong HOD. You have done a wonderful thing, Khuseleka. But Khuseleka should not be having cops and nurses and what and what. No. You're supposed to be going back to TCCs and say, we're ready. Let's beef each other up. But those who cannot go home, they will go to Khuseleka. But the police officers who take statements, let them go to the one place that is already known, that you already have a blueprint on. The blueprint, even yesterday, it was confirmed by NPA. It was set up 1999. That over the years has been there. 1999 is how many? 25 years ago, TCCs were started. When I was in the team, I think there was this 37 that had been planned. I don't know how far we had been. We are only at number 65. But guess what? Now we're starting Khuselekas. But the first part, the half part of the Khuseleka is a TCC. Why do that? Why have a police officer at Khuseleka? The police officer is supposed to stay at TCCs. And then at Khuseleka, it must be that mother with a child who actually is unable to go home on a medium to long-term basis, even on a short-term basis. Go there. And then you know that that mother is going to get skills training. That's where you will open up space for the 18-year-olds who you are saying is in the Children's Act. You are correct. But that Children's Act had a white child in mind, that by 18 you will have done this and that and that. If you don't, we, the government, are going to take you for training so that you drive the trains Those were the people who were being sent to drive the train. South African Railway Services, SARS or something like that, that's what it used to be called. So how is it that it is even in the Constitution that work together, but we are not living up to it? Section 40, I still say it says work together, and no, shall actually undermine or encroach, but work together. I can imagine just how glad NPA would be if you were to say, NPA, we've got this Kuseleka model. In our model, we've got so many social workers. In our model, we've got so many subs. We don't need them there. Please keep them at but it must be a value chain. You see, then they know, oh, okay, it's a value chain. These people, when they are able to come home based on the TCC assessment, they will be referred to us. We take in the second part of their empowerment and the redress that they need to go there. Yesterday, I was arguing with NPA where they were saying, we do not have an MOU with, who's that? With SAPS. They're actually refusing to enter into an MOU on TCCs with us. In fact, the Minister of SAPS who is refusing to do that, big up to them. You know why? Because Minister Chwete signed it many, many years ago. That minister is correct. There is an MOU gathering dust somewhere. And now, somebody new goes again to the next minister and says, sign an MOU. What kind of a government are we becoming when we have got Section 3 of the Constitution that says we shall work together? What kind of a government are we setting up where, when you talk about state power, the Constitution clearly puts it at 3 layers: interdependent, but independent. The judiciary, that that. That interdependent is actually saying, hey, are you aware that I've got these challenges and you could help me? Or actually, don't worry about that, we're doing it. How do you want us to interface with you? That's where the comes in. The interdependent. Then the independence comes where you say, please do not interfere. And interference is not cooperation. Interference is negative. Interference is say, don't find me guilty. Yes, I've done something wrong, but please don't find me guilty. That's interference. So every time we speak, we always want to make it like, oh, if I do that, it will be interference. No. How is it that we are leaving out a critical section? You must remember it is so critical that section 1, it's the preamble, then section 1 talks about our right to vote. That's how fundamental it is. 1, 2, 3, 4 is talking about our right to citizenship. Section 1, 2, 3, up to 7 is our right to citizenship, our right to... Then section 2, chapter 2, which is the Bill of Rights, then talks about the aspirations that a normal society should have. Free, fair, this, when you get arrested, you get told why you are arrested, etc. The vision, that beautiful land that we are working towards. And then immediately, based on section 7.2 of the Constitution that says you've got responsibilities, immediately section 3 says, hey, in your responsibilities, work together, save resources, do this, do that, do that. Hi, Bomatot. It can't be. Now you are starting your own tutuzelas. Tutuzelas are falling apart. And I'm not sure if in your 10 multidisciplinary, nobody actually realized, now why are you starting Kuselekas? But if you are starting Kuselekas, what are you doing with nurses and cops and whatever? Give them to us. Start this, from point C. where the mother cannot go home, let them come to us. This is just but one example, but guys, I'm appealing to you. So HOD, thank you for the invitation, but we're not going to come and go and see buildings. We're going to come and lock ourselves in a room and say, tell us how you have re-engineered the Khuseleka model to fit into TCCs. And then afterwards, we will call the TCC NPA to say, now that DSD has given you this room to play around with, what then do you do with that? How are you modeling it to feed and fit into Khuselekas? And then we are also going to ask you about how you have coordinated all the other DSDs to make a submission of Project 139. 139, yes. Of the, what you call it, where you are putting a context to the 18-year-old in South Africa, right from the statistics of how many 18-year-olds are actually able by 18 to take care of themselves. But how many, let's not only finish by saying, oh, we actually give them a grant. No. Maybe some of them want to go to university. What are you saying about NEFSAS? Why is it that we do not have a category that NEFSAS actually ring fences and prioritizes them? You are 18 years, you are at a children's home, you've got 7 A's. Hey, guess what? You go into vets. But NEFSAS will know that. Look at that, the young man that's got a PhD in criminology, and he's hardly 18 years. I'm joking. I was just impressed yesterday to see that young man is Dr. something. I'm bowled over. But those are the young people that we're supposed to be producing in this country. And immediately when that person has finished their degree, they're out of the cycle of poverty. They're out. That is the purpose of DSD. Where you'll say, we had people in our homes, of the 1,800 or whatever, 100,000 that were in our children's homes, etc. We've got 90 who are graduates and are living their lives. I'm appealing to you. Please go and read Section 3, the entire Constitution, but particularly Section 3. Thank you. And then we're coming back, but not for the trip. It is just too easy for you to show us a building and then, we soothe your egos. And the struggle remains, the poverty remains, the what remains. No, we're not coming for that. We will lock ourselves in a room and work out how you are taking that. That's strategic leadership. That's what you're employed for. That's what in turn you employed them for. Thank you. Thank you, DC.
Thank you, Chairperson. There are no further questions or comments from our side. I'm going to hand over to the Program Director.
Thank you very much, DC, and thank you, colleagues. We are at the time that I think with the restaurant, they are putting pressure on us. We thought we will continue and finish when we break for lunch after taking Department of Health, but the restaurant is putting pressure and saying we are really forced, we must come for lunch. So I'd like to ask us that let us take lunch and make sure that we are back to start at 2. By 2 o'clock, we will start to take Department of Health. With the permission of the chairperson, she has allowed that DSD, because you are done, you are free to go, but we are inviting you for lunch. Join us for lunch and you are free to then go. Let us then take lunch and be back and seated. We're starting at 2. This room is going to be locked, so if you need to leave behind your valuables, feel free, we'll do so. We will take care of the room. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Chairperson. Before us is the presentation on the investigation into the implementation of Pillar 3 of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. This is the presentation for the Department of Health, KwaZulu-Natal Province. As it has been presented that the Commission is an independent statutory body created under Chapter 9 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. It has a mandate to promote and protect gender equality in government, civil society, and the private sector. In accordance with the NSP GBVF, it was initiated after the 2018 Presidential Summit. The presentation herein focuses on the Department of Health response in its implementation of the NSP in line with the Commission's mandate. The Department of Health's commitment and also gaps that were identified will be presented herein. The Commission's Research and Monitoring Department produced a report titled Missing Pieces Puzzles, CGE Assessment on Government's Implementation of the NSP on GBVF between 2020 and 2022. The CGE report tracked and assessed the implementation of the NSP as part of its broader studies to assess government program and initiatives to combat GBVF in the country. For Pillar 3, the data obtained by the CGE shows that the DOJ and Constitutional Development had finalized 50% of the development of the solutions of online applications for protection orders. This enables survivors of domestic violence to apply for the protection orders remotely. At the time of which this research was published, the assessment also highlighted that 104 police officials were trained for reactive interventions, which accounted for 18.4% of the 564 that were targeted for 2020-2021 financial year. Furthermore, the data shows that the NPA conducted sessions on social context awareness training for prosecutors and integrated stakeholders in strengthening the criminal justice system. Data shows by April 2022, 116 regional courts were upgraded to SOCs. It further shows that the Department of Justice is also in the process of developing Femicide Watch Initiative system. It is also worth noting that during the data collection processes, there were 3 GBV related bills that were in process of being finalized and have now been signed into law to strengthen the South Africa's response to GBVF and in ensuring that perpetrators are brought to justice. In conjunction with the CGE report, the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation also conducted a study using scorecards on the localization of the NSP in 8 provinces. The data for the province of KwaZulu-Natal was collected in 7 hotspots communities as identified by the former minister. The 3 pillars, Pillar 3 data shows that KwaZulu-Natal fared best when it came to the presence of CPFs, moderate on community and SAPS response to GBF. However, the province fairly poorly on providing services to support victims on GBVF. The data shows that 36% of complaints related to GBVF were effectively responded to within 7 days. 46 of the respondents said there were no measures to strengthen victims and survivor-focused services. Furthermore, the study shows that 53% of the respondents said that there were no professionally trained GBVF case managers in their communities. The absence of case management is a cause for concern, with the implication that victims receive professional psychosocial support. In respect of the question of the availability of comprehensive healthcare services, there are 9 Tutuzela care centers that operate across the province at 6 of the provinces, at the province's 10 districts, with 1 new TCC approved in Mkangudeni district. The Department of Health responded that each TCC has at least 1 dedicated medical practitioner, nursing staff, including registered nurses and enrolled nurses available on 24-hour basis. Administrative staff are present in some TCCs and security is provided by the department. However, the department could not provide disaggregated data on the number of medical practitioners, including the support staff allocated to each of the TCCs. This therefore hinders the Commission from making determination whether the TCCs are adequately resourced and crisis centers are adequately responding to the cases of GBV in as far as medical services are concerned. Additionally, the Commission also noted from the information submitted that medical practitioners and support services centers is dependent on the number of patients seen at these centers. This variable allocation can lead to inadequate staffing and resources, which is problematic given the crucial role crisis centers play in providing essential medical care, including treatment for injuries, sexual health services, and forensic examinations. This variability in resource allocation can contribute to secondary victimization of GBV, inconsistent support of services, and can hinder access to time comprehensive medical care services. The department submitted that there is a strategy that is being planned for the provision of clinical forensic medical services to address adequate medical staffing, equipment, and supplies of comprehensive services for GBV survivors. I think this statement also speaks to the presentation that was made by the NPA or the entities of yesterday regarding that there is no currently forensic nurses in the province, and I believe the department will cover this aspect to inform us what are their plans and if these forensic nurses are actually important in the fight of GBV or quality of evidence that can be obtained. Furthermore, there is no further information was provided by the department to substantiate. So lack of information here disables us to measure the performance of the department in respect of this pillar. The department indicated that there is no ring-fenced budget for TCCs, and the CEO of a particular institution allocate resources for the funding of the posts for the various categories of staff. So if this can also be elaborated how this affects the department and its budget, and if the model actually is working of this TCC, and what are the challenges of the department so that the Commission can be informed about the true challenges and realities that are faced. The department indicated that it is providing comprehensive sexual and reproductive health care services, which include emergency contraceptives, PPEs, initiating ARVs, and termination of pregnancies. Every patient is seen, is assessed by the medical practitioner who decide on medical treatment required and the medication that needs to be prescribed. During the office hours, patients are referred to the pharmacy. After hours, emergency medication is dispensed at the TCCs. Protocols ensure emergency medication is available after hours. The department also has TCC blueprints which serves as a guidelines for the provision of services. There is also workshops to train medical officers in administering medication. In respect of the waiting times, the department responded that efforts are there to prioritize GBV survivors, with most seen within 2 hours. However, staff shortages occasionally cause the delay, contributing to secondary victimization. The department has indicated that average waiting time for the GBV survivors is influenced by many other factors, which include patient prioritization, triaging, and the availability of medical officers during specific shifts. Protocols are in place for the timely referral of GBV survivors for mental health services. The Department of Social Development has subsidized Childline and Lifeline to provide social workers who offer trauma containment and ongoing counseling sessions. In respect of the training programs, it focuses, among others, accurate documentation and evidence collection, legal ethical guidelines, as well as emotional and psychological care for survivors. The department acknowledges that further training on gender sensitivity is needed to reduce secondary victimization, which include ongoing training for medical practitioners and support staff. There is a need for the department to prioritize gender sensitivity training in order to improve the support provided to GBV survivors. The department submitted two registers showing the attendance on the trainings provided during 2023 and 2024. The commission requested the registers for the 3 financial years. Without the requested attendance register, the department is unable to fully monitor and evaluate the department's commitment to GBV service delivery. The workshop that the workshops that are convened by Dr. Sage Naidu in collaboration with experts from various disciplines, they are present in those workshops. While the training content is comprehensive, it remains unclear if all healthcare workers across the province consistently access these workshops. There is no information on whether the department evaluates the effectiveness of these training programs in improving service delivery. The frequency of workshops is noted, but more data on their reach and long-term impact on personnel, competence and survivor care is needed. The involvement of multiple stakeholders is a positive step, but operational impact of these partnerships require further clarification. In respect of accountability and oversight, the department submitted that the healthcare professionals are monitored annually using the Employee Performance Management and Development System. Additionally, the department receives regular feedback from the National Prosecuting Authority, Sexual Offences and Community Affairs Unit, and this information is used in training and monitoring health professionals. Furthermore, there are monthly TCC implementations meetings which are held, which are chaired by the NPA. The department has referred to the use of EPMDS for monitoring of health professionals as the method is utilizing and regular implementation. It is important to note that the department did not submit the reports or the minutes on these engagements, which the commission is not in a position to evaluate what the resolutions and the outcomes of these engagements have produced. In respect of collaboration with other stakeholders, monthly meetings are chaired by the NPA with other stakeholders involved. The department submitted the protocol on TCCs, which outlines role players and duties by highlighting the need for stronger oversight to ensure effective and efficient coordination. The department confirmed the existence of a formal MOU signed by key departments. However, the challenges persist, notably the shortage of psychologists needed for forensic assessment, which delays the resolution of cases. This shortage creates backlog, hindering the criminal justice system responsive to survivors' needs. Additionally, the lack of a fully operational forensic laboratory in KwaZulu-Natal necessitates the sending of forensic specimen to Pretoria or Cape Town for analysis, further delaying the case analyzation. In respect of the collaboration with other stakeholders, the victims that are presenting at TCCs are referred to Lifeline or Childline for follow-up and care, which includes counseling services. Among others, victim assistance officers at the TCC also track and manages the cases and provide ongoing support and comprehensive care services. The department participates in public awareness and outreach campaigns as well with other stakeholders. However, the department has not provided on the reach or impact of these campaigns, which raises concern to the province like KwaZulu-Natal, because we need to see where the social illnesses have been observed, how is these programs responding and how are they impacting in the government's initiatives, particularly considering the many rural areas that the province is having. The information about GBV-related healthcare services is disseminated through various channels, including media platforms, community bizos, and information and education materials. Despite these efforts, there is lack of targeted outreach strategies to address communication barriers in remote areas, limiting equitable access to services and resources. The department, in respect of the budget allocation, it indicated that it has a ring-fenced budget of 1 million per year under the conditional grant for procurement of comfort packs for sexual assault victims. Additionally, a separate unspecified ring-fenced budget exists for ARVs, drugs, and PPEs. The CEOs, as an accounting officer, is responsible for the allocation of funds at the TCCs and is further responsible for ensuring that the funds are used effectively and efficiently. The access and safety of the survivors and victims and staff. In respect of safety measures, there are several measures that include separate entrances for survivors and perpetrators, security personnel, strategically stationed CCTV at some facilities. This question again is linked to the question that I was asking earlier regarding the accessibility, as the province is having a lot of number of persons with disabilities. What services is the department rendering or programs so that it shows and leads as an example, so that it caters for them, most of the GBV survivors that have different or various forms of disabilities. In terms of records keeping and data collection, the department is utilizing both the paper-based and electronic system in respect of GBV cases and also in respect of the health services at the TCCs. The information is integrated into the district health information system and is accessible only to authorized personnel. The data sets, including age groups, HIV status, PPE provision, and reporting times are also reported monthly from institution to districts, then to provincial level. This data informs policy making and development of the programs relevant to address GBV. The challenges that were indicated in the respect of documentation and data collection includes inefficiencies in paper-based data collection and occasional duplication of statistics when patients are referred for further care. To address this, the department plans to expand the use of electronic data collection methods across all facilities. Public awareness and stakeholder engagement are facilitated through regular multidisciplinary programs aligned with key events such as the Child Protection Week and 16 Days of Activism. Confidentiality is maintained and sensitivity as well. There is also reports and resources such as pamphlets and blueprint and protocols available to support stakeholders in managing GBV. The province has made significant strides in establishing additional TCCs and reported positive regarding provisions of training of medical staff and nurses. However, it lacks information that hinders the ability of the Commission to comprehensively evaluate its progress in as far as this Pillar 3 of NSP is concerned. Thank you, Chairperson. Let's conclude the presentation.
Thank you, Acting HOD. I'll ask you to come back to the podium to help us take through Dr. Shabalala with the administration of oath. Dr. Shabalala, please come forward.
For the record, please state your names.
Sandile Shabalala.
Do you wish to take an oath or affirmation?
Oath is fine.
Please repeat after me and say I, name and surname.
I, Sandile Shabalala,
Do hereby make oath and state.
do hereby make oath and state.
I know and understand the contents of the declaration I'm about to deliver.
I know and understand the contents of the declaration I'm about to deliver.
I have no objection to taking the prescribed oath.
I have no objection to taking the prescribed oath.
I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience.
I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience.
Please raise your right hand and say, I swear that the content of this declaration
I swear that the contents of this declaration
are true, so help me God.
are true, so help me God.
Thank you, Your Worship. The deponent is duly sworn in. Chairperson. Thank you.
How do you operate this?
So you click this
Forward, backwards.
forward, backwards, yes.
Thank you. I think this option. Oh. Exciting. Thanks. Commissioners, colleagues, good afternoon. Chairperson did allude to the fact that I was supposed to be here at a certain time, and I came at a different time. And for some reason, Chairperson says, so this is God's punishment to present at this hour. Chairperson, may I be allowed to greet all of you, but also apologize that I came at the time at which I came. I did give you a glimpse of what was happening, but we will try to give the picture of the presentation that we have prepared for yourselves. Now, this is the overview of the things that we're going to cover in our presentation. I'm not going to therefore dwell on this slide. It's just to show the things that we'll be covering as we present. Now, there is a slide that was supposed to be there, which you don't have. I'm worried about it. But in it, I had something that wanted to show that when we speak of the victims of sexual assault, we're not only referring to females, but also males do get to be picked in the process. People who are in the group or the cohort that is called the lesbian, gays, and the LGBTQI society also does get to be involved. I think the other two that I think are difficult to pick will be people with mental health, and in some instances, people, young children in particular, who have cerebral palsy. And they sometimes get to be involved among the people that get to be sexually assaulted. Now, I also will want to start by saying, when it comes to forensic medicine, we've got two aspects of it. The one usual known one is the forensic pathology services. This is where a natural death happens and a person is taken to our medical legal mortuary. We do the post-mortem and everything is done, and we work with the police even on that one, and that is the usual one. But in the department, we then decided to have a clear, separated clinical forensic medicine unit. I'm saying it in this way because initially, when TCCs were started, when crisis centers were started, they were just started and there was no coordinating unit at head office level to say these clinical services are coordinated, are monitored, and people are monitored in terms of being capacitated and the follow-up that relates to that. So we've started with that. And having started with that clinical forensic medicine, the experts also call it living forensics as opposed to forensic pathology. Now, when we started with that, we also picked a few other things which I'm going to speak to a little bit. Now, when you are a clinical forensic medicine practitioner, there are services that you provide. It's medical services, where you have to do the whole examination of the person. You do the testing, including specimen taking, and once you go into the specimen taking, you immediately are now at the field, which is between the medical and the legal part. So it is important also that you are capacitated very well in terms of how you take this specimen, whatever the specimen are, and whatever the reason that brought that person to the center is. I'm saying whatever the reason because we don't only cover sexual assault. There are other things that we cover in the clinical forensic medicine sites that we also look at. The other aspect is then the psychosocial care that has to be done to that patient. We call them patients, but sometimes we call them clients as well. Because others, I'll make an example. I've seen a situation where a mother brought in a child that was 16 years old, cerebral palsy. The brother to the mother had just come back from prison. And the mother was merely suspicious that because she left the room for a few hours with the cerebral palsy child and the gentleman, something could have happened. And when we checked, nothing had happened. It was just suspicion on the side of the mother. So you also deal with things like that. The bulk of our services is the management of gender-based violence cases, which mostly include the management of sexual assault. I dare say that they differ with different seasons. Now in December, January, we are going to have a lot of them. And unfortunately, most of them will be youngish females who would not sometimes be able to tell us who perpetrated them and all that because they would have been drunk. So the contribution of alcohol and drugs comes into the picture. The contribution of the social ideation of that person comes into the picture. Now, when we have dealt with them, we also have other victims and perpetrators who come for different reasons, different crimes. Sometimes the crime is physical assault, sometimes it's domestic violence, and sometimes it's confusing because the person would come and a few weeks later they come and say, no, that it was not, it was me, it was my fault. So the psychosocial aspect becomes very important when you deal with these people. And when you deal with these clients as well, the issues of alcohol does come up very much so. And there are instances where you find yourself having to have the victim coming in on another side and the perpetrator on another side. So we have to see how do we separate the two. In some instances, even when you admit them, you have to be careful where and how do you admit them. And the issues of drunken driving, where also police would want us to take bloods and for assessing whether a person was drunk or had taken alcohol to a certain limit, we do deal with that as well. Now, a practitioner may also be called upon to perform age on juveniles and also do the mental assessment or on the accused persons. We do find that we have a lot of people that are called, the general language is that they are precedence patients, because these are people who would have been admitted in the mental health institutions because they perpetrated whatever they perpetrated, and it's thought it is because of their mental health. And some of the clinicians that work here, working obviously with some psychiatrists and psychologists, do get involved in this assessment as well. Now, we also find ourselves that the practitioners do get to have to give evidence either orally or as experts in court. I think one of the reasons we are continuing to capacitate our practitioners, both particularly nurses and doctors, is that when you say to doctors you are called in court, it's like you are saying you are going to jail. Most of them are afraid of going to court. So we perpetually or regularly appraise them of what actually is expected of you when you are at court, how you should conduct yourself, and the capacitation is ongoing. I think when we respond, probably we'll be able to even say there are a few other workshops that are upcoming in this very month of November and the coming few months. But also, we took a decision when we said there must be a clinical forensic medicine, to say even managers must understand what we're talking about here, so that when they apportion resources, they don't look at it as an orphan that has just been given to us. So those workshops are still ongoing, but they were started, I can't remember when, Segi, we started with those workshops all over the province to say to managers whether they get to be in touch with these clients, but they must understand when we say a TCC must function, a crisis center must function, what are we talking about? And function does not mean the availability of a nurse and a doctor, but resources as well. So that is why these workshops are ongoing. Now, we also have several legislations that govern us, but we try to abide by all of them. In head office, there is the HOD. I'll start from there because MEC is really, according to our definition, the internal oversight. So there will be the HOD, then the Deputy Director General responsible for clinical support services. Then there will be a Chief Director. There are several chief directors under the clinical support services. One is responsible for HAST, which is HIV and TB and other related infectious diseases, but there is also one responsible for women, children and mothers. Now, all these report to this Deputy Director General, under whom there is a director responsible for women's health. Then there is a deputy director. One deputy director is Dr. Segi, who is given the responsibility of making sure that the clinical forensic is functional and is improving in the province. So he is therefore at the moment the one that is coordinating at the provincial level, making sure that there is that coordination, there are the strategies, there are the documents that we are developing, and the service is ongoing at the same time. Now, these are the key priorities. Oh, this is the slide I wanted to be the second slide. So we are saying we are establishing these forensic services at a provincial level. The reason we're saying we're establishing is because we are still adding to what we're having. you will note that in the report that has been given, we said there are 9 TCCs, but there is one that's going to be launched before the end of November, according to us. And we are therefore trying to ensure that there are more of these. On the other hand, we also are making sure that even if there is no Thuthuzela Care Center or Crisis Center, the patient that comes does not get to be secondarily victimized by staying a long time or any other that can happen. Maybe because I've now spoken to this, any other can mean an LGBTQI person comes in, and because I'm going to because I am a Christian and I don't support LGBTQI, I'll start to judge. So we work on our staff to make sure that that judging does not happen. All they have to do is to not discriminate. So in our workshops, we also speak to all those things. But also, we want to increase the access to the services. I'm saying we want to because you will note that there are districts where we do not have Thuthuzela Care Centers. There are hospitals where we don't have crisis centers. So we continue, therefore, to develop this so that everywhere the victims of sexual assault do get to be serviced. But also, we want to reduce the morbidity and mortality that is related to this. That is why we give the prophylaxis, post-exposure prophylaxis, and other related treatments when the sexual assault victims would have come. In some instances, a person would report that I don't know whether there was penetration or not, but we still make sure that at least we give the post-exposure prophylaxis just to prevent in case the person is HIV negative. Now, we also want to improve the patient care, the patient's experience. One, the waiting time needs to be as low as possible. They need to see that we are supportive and we are not judgmental when they come for these services. Because some even don't come because they are judgmental. Some also come in a very, very bad state at that time. So that we don't lose evidence, we want them to come as they are and not go home and wash and then come and they think we're going to be able to get the specimen that we want. So we want to be as compassionate as possible. But there is this training and capacitation that I spoke about, which is an ongoing thing. We also do say some of our practitioners are fully employed in the department, but we then have sessional doctors. I think the report did say that you would find that in a Thuthuzela Care Center there is one fully employed medical officer. But that person cannot work day in, day out, 24 hours. For that reason, we then employ sessional doctors who are going to do sessional work and work at the Thuthuzela Care Centers, but also we make sure that we train them in the examination, but also in the taking of the specimen, so that we don't flung the cases at a clinical level. Then there is the strengthening of case identification and reporting, which is, among other things, the filling of the relevant documentation, which is encapsulated in the workshops that we look at. There is also the issue of advocacy, social mobilization, and the prevention of the gender-based violence. I think I won't go very deep into this. Safe to say that one of the reasons we speak with Amakosi in our province is to try and reduce this gender-based violence. Try and reduce children getting married at a young age when they are not even at a consenting age, but also try to reduce teenage pregnancies that we see in the province and other gender-based violence activities that we then find out together with our stakeholders that we work with. So we speak with many of our stakeholders, and we also have other many activities or programs where we want to speak to that issue. Among these, I think there was a special Bantu which was mentioned, but also there's what we call Isbaya Samadota, where we want to sit with men and want to really find out from them, why would you rape? And because we are a province that is both rural and urban, we have then separated this into what we call Isbaya Samadota, but also what we call Ikosomba Lamajita, where we sit with young males as well and elderly males to say, let's discuss the same process. We also have what we termed Graduate Alive, where we go to universities and other tertiary institutions to say to the children, because you get information that some of them are the ones that get to be raped, but we have to engage them on how they should behave so that at the end of the day, they should graduate alive, they should graduate without HIV, they should graduate without children that they did not plan. So we try all these just to make sure that all age groups are captured and we prevent GPV as much as possible. So there are many activities that we engage in just to make sure that this happens. Now, the gender-based violence is generally a broad term. As I've said before, there is the sexual part of it, there is a physical, psychological, even the financial. Some of the students, they get to be given a certain amount of money, ultimately they are sexually abused because of whatever reason that they would have thought this person is genuine. So what we then do is to try and work on all that. It is also associated with the power relations. Particularly in the rural areas, the power relations come into play. The power relations among the people in the urban areas speak to the need for the things that are wants, cell phones, alcohol, ubumnandi and such things. So those are the issues that get to be included in the issues. But I think the emotional harm that comes with it, some peak very late. So what we do is to make sure that as early as possible we speak to it and we make them realize that if we can prevent it, let's prevent it. Where it has happened, how do we then navigate the space, journey with them such that they are able to live a normal life even after the incident would have happened. Now, this is the definition of rape. I'm not going to go into it, but this is the definition by which we go by, we want to then come and say it includes any act which causes penetration to any extent whatsoever. The genital organs of one person into or beyond the genital organs, because there are instances, maybe the commissioners and the colleagues may have heard that there is something called ukuhlola in the province. And whether that's promoted or not, but there were instances where it was found that some of the young girls, when they are examined, the examiners say, no, there's nothing wrong with this child, only to find that anally something has happened. There has been rape and all the oral sex that comes with it. So we therefore look at all that when we do our examination. Then penetration by any part of the body of one person or an animal, this is where people are used, where there is trafficking. And this is why we work with the partners that we work with, SAPS and all of them, to prevent all these activities. Or any object resembling a genital organ into or beyond genital organs or anus of another person. Inserting the genital organs of an animal into a mouth of another person. These are reports that can go into that rape issue. Now, when it comes to the pillar that we're talking about, we are responsible for at least these three aspects: the medical part, the medico-legal, I'm going to say medico-legal, and the psychosocial. The medical part, as I did say, you do the full examination, you give the whole treatment, you do the whole counseling, you refer as necessary. The medical legal, you collect the relevant specimen, you register that, you assist them in registering with the SAPS, and you then make sure that the J88 is filled correctly. When I mentioned the workshops, among the workshops that we do is to teach our healthcare workers on how to fill the J88 correctly. Because once it's not filled correctly at the legal table, a person can escape being arrested simply because we filled it correctly. So we are on a continuous basis are teaching also on how this is done. But also how you then give testimony, so that when you are in court, you don't have a J88 that you've written, but when you are now testifying verbally or orally, you give something different. And in that fashion, the case is gone. So we also take care of that during the workshops that we take care of. Then the psychosocial aspect, it is initiated. You did hear the social development saying they've got Childline and Lifeline. They supply us with social workers. We do also use social workers that are in our facilities. We do use also the counseling psychologists and psychologists in our facilities as well, just to ensure that we continue with the psychosocial care, not only of the victim, but sometimes we take care of the victim and the relatives of the victim. Make an example. There are victims where you find, maybe I just give one example. A 19-year-old girl comes with the father, and the father says, you have been raped. But when you sit one-on-one with the girl says, my boyfriend. Now, it becomes a difficult situation because the father wants to go and open a case. The girl does not want to go and open a case, which means even the father now needs to be counseled, and either the guardian, so to speak. So the counseling goes beyond the person that would have been a victim. Now, in managing all these that we do, these are the partners that we work with. I'm not going to mention them. I think you've been informed by the different departments or entities that have been presenting to the commissioners, but we work with them, and I think also it has been mentioned that on a monthly basis there are engagements that seek to ensure that there is continuity, but also where there needs to be improvements, there are improvements that take all of us who are part of the forum into the picture. Now, the critical information, yes. No, I'm going backwards again. Okay. Now, critical information that the public or the women and children need to know. This is where I mentioned a little bit about how they should behave and how we try to support them. What to do immediately after rape. Some people would want to go home, sleep, come 72 hours later. Doesn't really assist us. Some feel ashamed to come in a state they are in. Some feel uncomfortable to come with a t-shirt that has blood or whatever fluids. But we then encourage them to say, this is what we do. Now, this we don't speak to when a person has come. But among the things that are happening in the province, there is what we call a health chat. It happens on a Friday. It does not mean every Friday we speak about this topic. But in the health chat, we do then pass this information. Remember, in one of the slides, we spoke about advocacy and communication. We do then pass this information to say, when you have been perpetrated by anybody, come as you are so that you are able to take the necessary specimen. But come as soon as possible as well so that you are able to give us the necessary specimen. Thirdly, if you are intoxicated, we do keep you until we are able to sit with you in an intoxicated state, and we therefore take the necessary history from yourself. What we then do is to take the specimen from which we can get the DNA, where possible, assisted by the SAPS, even the crime scene specimen do get to be taken. But the fluids from the body we do take ourselves when the person has come to the facility. The DNA may come from the perpetrator, or the DNA may come also from the victim. So we are able to then take that to the laboratory. The purpose of the forensic examination by the doctor is to collect this DNA, so that we are able to use it to then say, is this true, is this not true? Because some would say, when a person says, I didn't rape, what do you have as the clinician to either prove what is happening? So all we do is to then take the DNA, submit it, and the specialist will then give us the information. Then we use the information we would have collected to testify in court. Now, when a DNA is taken, it's taken to the laboratory. At the laboratory, those are the people that do the analysis. We take it and they analyze it. Yes.
So what happens then when they say, yes, there was semen found in her body?
Yes. Yes. What we do is to then say there was semen found in the body. They would say that from
Okay.
the specimen that we would have given them. All they then have to do is this semen belonging to this man. Yes, that's where it's not done by our clinicians. Yes. Now, to preserve the DNA from perpetrator, it is important as well. These are the things that I've said the victim should do. They should not bath or wash before they come. They should not shower until we've done the medical examination. But also the relevant clothing they should come with, so that again we can use that in case we miss anything on the body part, on the clothing that they would have brought, we would be able to pick some of the evidence as well. Make everything possible, or make every effort to come to the health facility as soon as possible. I mentioned the issue of 72 hours. That is critical as well. The DNA is a biological substance. It reacts with the environment. After some time, if it's distorted, we may not get what we want out of it. So that is why we want to take it as soon as possible and then preserve it correctly so that it then goes to the laboratory. Now, the forensic evidence collection from the victims and perpetrators, when we speak of that, we are saying the forensic evidence is in the form of DNA, which we've stated, both from the victim and the perpetrator, so that we can then go easily and compare. For this purpose, then there are various kits that we are using, and these are provided to us by the SAPS. Because they are one of the partners. The SAPS unit, which deals with the sexual offenses, is the Family Violence, Child Abuse, and Sexual Offenses unit, and uses various forensic kits to gather evidence thereof. I think in some, I'm not certain, I shouldn't speak on behalf of SAPS, but in some of the police stations, you do find designated areas where these victims can be interrogated, because that's interrogation at their level. History taken from them, they get to be taken care of, and then we start the whole process. Whether they started in our facility or they started at SAPS, there is usually a connection between the department and the SAPS. So the kids are the ones, I think there are 8, if not mistaken. These are the ranges of the kits that we are using to take the specimen. How is the service currently being delivered? The RTCCs, as I said, the report from the CO said 9, and we are saying 10 because we now have the one that we're going to launch has started to work already. Then there are 40 crisis centers in the province. The TCC is the best practice model that we've seen, and it works for 24 hours. Crisis centers may not work for the 24 hours, but in casualties, then patients get to be attended. That is why also we have emphasized that there should be ongoing capacitation of our staff and management in terms of making sure that when rape victim or sexual assault victim comes, they don't get to be made to wait really on an unnecessary basis. I'm saying that because if you come being a rape victim and there is somebody with a step heart, the clinician starts to weigh who do we start with. Therefore, the weight on the victim side. The three main objectives, therefore, is to reduce that secondary victimization, whatever the reason for secondary victimization, reduce the cycle, that is the shortening of the time from reporting to the finalization of the case, and you can be yourself and we start the counseling or we continue with the counseling. Then also is to increase the conviction rates. This is where we're saying to our clinicians, make sure that the specimen are taken and that they're taken correctly. The reporting is as accurate as possible on the J88 and any other notes that the person would have made. But also, when you have done that, when you are in court, rather refer to your notes rather than trying to think of the case. And you may have seen so many cases, and by saying something very different, you may have flung the case. So the TCC model is based on a collaboration of the departments that are mentioned there. In addition, there is the NPA, which provides us with a site coordinator and victim assistance officer. The important difference between the TCC and the crisis center is the court link with the case manager provided by NPA, who is stationed at the nearest court to the TCC. Where there are no TCCs, the services are provided at the crisis center. As we've mentioned, there are 40 of them. But still, we are saying that where there is casualty, a person, when they present themselves, they get to be treated. It doesn't mean when there is no crisis center on a 24-hour basis, there is no TCC on a 24-hour basis, therefore you are not going to be managed. The Department of Health has a good working relationship with the NPA. As we've said, they've provided us with a coordinator. And then currently, we manage 12,000 new cases of sexual assault round about there on an annual basis. I think we will speak to that in another slide. Access to care for sexual assault patients. The service is currently provided at the designated facilities, and we will mention that. And there is that 9 that CEO was speaking about, plus the 10th one that was speaking of in the Dr. Pixley Sagaseme Hospital. In addition, there are 40 crisis centers, and then in the deep rural areas, you find a crisis center plus the casualties also in the different hospitals who are also capacitated to manage these clients when they come. Now, nationally, there are approximately 65,000 cases of sexual offenses reported on an annual basis, 12,000 in KZN. There are hotspots in KZN. Among them, unfortunately, even the SAPS would agree with us, Umlazi and Inanda, they really rank higher. In a meeting we had just yesterday, the commissioner, Ubaba Mkhwanazi, was saying to me, the trend that they are seeing as SAPS is that where there is a little bit of modernization, where there is a little bit of malls and things like that, where there is a little bit of opportunities for work, crimes increase, including these crimes as well. So that is another worry that we have to deal with. Inanda is the #1 spot in KZN and number 3 in the country. unfortunately. We're trying hard to get out of this position. And we thought at some stage we are winning when we got a report that we are number 2 to Mpumalanga when it came to a prevalence of HIV in percentages. But when we went back, we realized we're still leading. Umlazi features as well in the top 30 police stations. That is the challenge. I have mentioned the issue of alcohol, drug abuse, and the issues of poverty and the breakdown of traditional family values as contributing to these cases as well. This for some becomes a controversial, the last statement, the breakdown of traditional family values, because there are those that think uktwala is a correct thing. But how does it feature here is another matter that we are engaging with both the leaders, traditional leaders, and also Abelapi. Now, this is the list of the 10 that I spoke about. As I said, initially CO said 9 and I said 10. This is the list of 10 that we spoke about. You will note that 4 are in eThekwini, then the other districts. So we want to make sure that we now distribute these in other districts as well. Then I think I won't go into this. This is the list of designated public health facilities where survivors are managed. In essence, every facility in the province does have services on a 24-hour basis at the casualty, and therefore victims of sexual assault and other gender-based violence issues can be managed in all these facilities. I'm not going to go through them one by one, but in essence, we wanted just to show the ones where you can see that there is that 24 hours. Then we have these public health facilities without a dedicated clinical forensic medicine facility, but which is offering HIV and post-exposure prophylaxis services. Among them, we've got these, but they differ in the different hours as well. You would know that some are 24 hours, some are closed at a certain time, but patients then have to be referred to the nearby facility to get the service. This is where our ambulance guys and the SAPS would work together in moving that client at that time. Update on the new TCC for Amadate, and I think this is where we are merely showing that we've got partners. The TCC Amadate has been on an old, very old structure, but we've got a partner now who's been willing to make sure that we've got a new structure. Processes have already started to make sure that the structure is built, and it's also not just built, but it's in line and in compliance with the latest rules of the compliance that have to do with the Office of Health Standards and Compliance, so that the victims can be managed much better. So we are grateful for this contribution from FNB. Now, update again on Otobotini. Otobotini is a CHC in Umkanyagute. You may have noted that of the 10 TCCs that I mentioned, there was Jozini. This is the one I'm talking about. It's a new TCC. Normally, TCCs are in hospitals, but Ejozini is very congested. Ejozini is more like the hub of economic activity around Umkanyagute. And for that reason, we have seen a surge also of these sexual assault cases and other cases, and therefore we felt it would be correct to therefore make sure that we've got a TCC in Otobotini, the CHC. So that is why we have started that work. We have started to work with Department of Public Works to make sure that the building commences. There are infrastructure issues that they were dealing with, but we just, I'm sorry, I just don't know the exact date on which they are going to commence with the building, but everything has been agreed upon. Then increasing access to care, training and capacity. We've got these 3-day training sessions that were held, but there are others that are coming. I'm not going to mention them one by one. I think I did say that from now in November, there is one that's going to happen. I think it's in eThekwini, Segi. Oh, the last one, yes, there is this one. Then there will be others that are going to happen. They happen in different districts of the province so that we get different clinicians and different managers who must be able to understand how we should manage these cases. In some of the trainings, we also invite non-health people, including SAPS, so that they understand the importance of moving these clients to the facilities and making sure that the specimen are handled correctly. Now, we did say that on an annual basis, we are around 12,000 cases as the province. You will see that we are talking now of Q1 to Q4 in the province during the financial year 2023-2024. But these are the services that we then give. If you look at number 2, we are saying new cases that were given post-exposure prophylaxis, it's that 4,500. When we've tested you for HIV, we then find that you are negative, we give you a post-exposure prophylaxis. But when we test you and we find that you are already HIV positive, we now need to make sure that you are started on treatment. And among the legislations, that, as I said, there are many that guide us. There are guidelines that in the country say you need to start medication immediately. Remember, previously you would be cancelled several times until later it was said, once we find that you are HIV positive, you need to be started on treatment. Informed by those guidelines and those prescripts, we therefore say, when you are testing positive, we don't give you post-exposure prophylaxis, but we start you on medication. That in itself has an intense counseling that has to happen, because you are still shocked by being raped, then you have to start medication and we have to start you immediately. So that is what we do, and these are the cases that we are talking about in this slide. I'll not go indicator per indicator. Then sexual assault statistic. Yes. Oh, sorry. Sexual assault. Yeah. Or maybe we should apologize. We should have explained it before, because you would be surprised, what is this South Africa now here? No, it's sexual assault. Apologies, Commissioner. Now, sexual assault statistics ranked by district. We're looking at our own district. You will notice eThekwini is leading. And it is in the province the hype of activity in terms of economics, but also in terms of holidays. You find almost everybody in the province, when they say they've had their holiday, they must have come to eThekwini. And people from outside the province, when they think they've come to the province, they come to eThekwini. And that has, among other negatives, this increase, therefore, in the number of these activities. But again, I think we should also state why Inanda. If you go to Inanda, I did hear, Commissioner, you don't want to be invited just to see buildings. But if you, but if you go to Inanda, you would realize the desperation, the poverty, the illiteracy, the unemployment, and all the other activities that then end up contributing to Inanda having all these activities. And also you would appreciate why Inanda and Umlazi are leading in this very district in terms of these cases and other related cases, by the way. So we just wanted to show that if you look at this, you would realize it's eThekwini, Umgungundlovu, then King Cetshwayo, and these three are the hype in terms of activity and modernization, so to speak, in the province. Then all the others come last. But also, they speak to the issue of tradition. And among other things that contribute, which we didn't put into this chair, is the issue of households that are run by children. Those contribute, but when we look at the victim, sometimes that's the only time we come to realize this. Go back.
And then I just want to know, so are you saying these statistics account for, are you saying these statistics account for Q1 2024, or they are from 2001?
No, these ones are speaking to Q1, 2024, 2025. Let me go back to this one.
Yes.
Now this is Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, 2023, 2024. Then when you come here, this is Q1, 2024, 2025. That is the statistics.
Oh, okay. I'm sitting here about to collapse. Because I thought, in a province of 12 million people, how do we end up with 3.1?
Yes, no. It's and I think we also should
Yes.
apologize, as you are saying. I think the 2022 census puts us at 12.4, not
Yes.
at 9, not at 9.7.
Yeah.
So I think I understand the confusion. We
Yeah.
caused it. We must apologize.
Yeah, even if it was correct, I would have been shocked that 3.1 people
No, it's.
have actually been sexually assaulted. Now I understand.
But if you then combine the two and the fact that it's Q1 and the other possible 3 quarters with their own 2,000, we go back to that 12,000 per annum, which we spoke about. So this is merely, if you want to be analytic, it goes towards that. Yes. Sexual assault statistics in Q2, I think this is, remember our quotas, it's April to June, then July to September. So this is our Q2. Now Q1 we said 2,600, Q2 was saying 2,900. And we expect that in the quarter that involves December, January, it may go up. So these are the challenges. Statistics ranked, this is Q2, but now this is ranking according to the districts again. You see eThekwini is leading, Umgungundlovu. I wanted to say to my staff, is it true that Uku has gone up compared to? Because in the other instances you find King Cetshwayo following, but this is what the data has given us up to now. Update on Pixley Sagaseme. We have a new facility in the province. I think it's the latest hospital that has been built in the province. It's called Dr. Pixley Sagaseme. It's in the north of eThekwini. It's a regional hospital. And we then said, if you go to the north, there is no Tutuzela Care Center. And we therefore said we are going to have a Tutuzela Care Center starting there. It has started to work, but we are going to be launching it guided by our principals, just to make sure that people are aware there is this service in the north of eThekwini. Other than that, there is Phoenix and other facilities that work as crisis centers. Not that there was no service, but we then want to improve the service at this level. So I think that's what we wanted to make sure that it happens. But also, for it to work, we wanted to make sure that we maintain that issue of having at least an MO to be there on a daily basis. So there was an MO that was taken from Addington Hospital who's going to be there. Then they are going to employ sessional doctors who are going to be doing the on-call so that when you come at night, you get to be treated. It's not going to wait for the doctor to come in the morning. What are the challenges? I think the infrastructure issue is big. I spoke of Matateni and the refurb, but we are working on that. But also when the issue of Tutuzela care centers and crisis centers were started, they were just put into the hospitals as they existed. We are now working on improving on that such that a Tutuzela care center can be a place where a person can be comfortable. I think also the social workers have to have a good place so that they can do counseling and everything. So we are working on improving the outlook of the Tutuzela care centers. This is done not only by the Department of Health. You noted that we have a donor in terms of FNP. NPA also does assist. We also are speaking to other captains of industry to say at the end of the day, we would like them to contribute to improving these services. There is also no DNA laboratory in the province. So when a specimen has been taken, it has to go to Cape Town or Pretoria. That means the waiting time for the case to be finalized. But we are consulting now to say what is the possibility of us having our own laboratory that can assist us with this. So there is that consultation with the South African Police Services and other relevant stakeholders. In complete investigation of drug-facilitated sexual assault, as there is no kit for toxicology examination, but we are engaging again with the SAPS to make sure that we always have kits. But also we are engaging them to say the frequency at which they take these kits to their laboratories has to be on a very, very frequent basis so that we don't end up with a DNA that is not of any value whatsoever. Limited number of healthcare workers trained in clinical forensic. I think I must maybe pause a little bit here, Chair. At some stage in the country, there was training by UKZN. Then there was training by Free State. I think there was a third university, but all of them, they were saying we're training for diploma in forensic medicine. But when you checked, they both were not accredited by the South African Nursing Council. So there has been discussion with South African Nursing Council. We internally have discussed with the UKZN and also the head of forensic in UKZN to say, what should we do? We can't be seeing these challenges and we sit. While South African Nursing Council, I think Free State is going to be starting something soon, but we also want to see what can we do here. We've spoken to the nursing unit as well, the head of nursing at the UKZN in particular, to say among their courses, there has to be forensic. Among the challenges that were raised by those that are in love with this field, they were saying this is not recognized by South African Nursing Council as a specialty. So South African Nursing Council is looking at that so that we then see how do we take care of this part. The issue then of doctors being able to do the examination It's not very different from a normal examination, but the issues have to do with the taking of the specimen, the proper examination, the sympathy that goes with it, so as to prevent secondary victimization. So those are the workshops do take care of all such things when we therefore are with them. While I mentioned UKZN, I think in the last meeting we had, was it October at Pietermaritzburg, we called all universities in the province to say if they are going to be producing people that are going to work in the healthcare space, they must understand where we want to go, and therefore they must structure their curricula in line with that. Public campaigns, I did mention, I think CEO mentioned Isibhedlela Kubantu, I mentioned Isibaya Samadoda, Kosomba Lamachita. There is also fabulous, what do we say? Fabulous about health. Fabulous about health, we sat down and we were like, LGBTQI, you don't just entice them anyhow. You need something catchy that is specific for them. So we came with Fabulous about health, and we consulted with them. So we are working towards that. But beyond that, what we have done to prevent some of these cases, we are now having what we call men-friendly rooms in our clinics. Also LGBTQI-friendly services in our clinics. The view is to say those that have been feeling discriminated, they should be able to freely go to any of our facilities, get the treatment, and be able to say, I'm not secondarily victimized. So we are improving on those in consultation with the relevant people. I'm saying them, including males. We go as far as saying in some instances, we must have male-friendly services where a male will consult another male, because some are uncomfortable to say, I'm victimized to a female. So we're looking at that and trying to improve on that. So all these are the campaigns added to the advocacy and communication that I mentioned previously, just to make sure that these topics are engaged with and people don't end up with the mental health aspect that comes with this. What are the proposed solutions? We are saying that there is that one with NPA where we're building some PPP, where we're relocating or building a new facility. RK Khan in Matate, RK Khan, Itindale. You commissioners, we want to ask you, when you speak to MEC, don't say we wrote NPA Itindale there. It's now called Herikwala Hospital. So if she sees that we wrote Itindale, we would have to, yeah, so. Then the issues of hybrid TCCs are being considered as incremental development to start off a site. Then there is NACOSA also, which has funded the trainings. There are numerous sites that have been looked at for making sure that should the agreement between us and SAPS come through, we can say here is a building. Make sure that you put all the machines that you want, and we have a DNA laboratory. So we are on an ongoing basis doing that. But also, we are wanting to strengthen this intersectoral collaboration. HOD DSD, Umam Vilagazi, did speak to this aspect. And she mentioned the JPS cluster, which is the justice cluster. But also there is a social cluster, and there is the AIDS Council in the province, which also discusses these cases. So at the Office of the Premier, they speak about these cases and other related cases. Then they are spoken to in the different clusters. Then they are spoken to in the different departments with a view to say, let us be integrated and collaborate in making sure that we do away with these challenges in the province. The way forward, engagement with traditional leaders. Here, this is because of the teenage pregnancy, the issues of Uktwala and other related things that are defined as cultural, but some really are not cultural. It's just males who are abusive one way or another. So we are engaging. I think I had in September, a meeting with the leadership of Amakos in the province to say how do we have programs that are going to be run and owned by themselves so that it's not a health program that is just brought to them. To fast track the diploma in forensic nursing, I've spoken to that. Then the establishment of the lab, I've spoken to that. Then the establishment of the hybrid crisis center towards a better TCCs. Then the training of nurses and other staff in general to make sure that we don't flang our cases. This is what we had prepared. Chair, our apologies for taking long.
Sorry. Thank you, HOD. Okay. Thank you, HOD. We are now going to move to questions and answers. But again, I think I'd like to give just a 5 minutes body break so that I can also confer with my leadership on the next coming process. I see people going out. No, it was fine. Yes, yes, please. 5 minutes. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'd like us to proceed with today's program. I'm going to hand over to Commissioner Ngomane to help us with the questions and answers for this session. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thanks a lot, Chairperson. Good afternoon, everyone. Special greetings to our Chairperson and the HOD. And we would like to start with questions. And let us be mindful of time. My watch says it's 5 to 4. And I know public servants, once it's 4 o'clock, some of them, not all of them. Yeah, they get really affected. So we're going to start with you, Chair. Are you ready? Or should we start with Comnaidu? Yeah, we can start. All right. Let's start. We do it this way. Commissioner Dr. Naidu, do you have any questions?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My issue is that I'm trying to understand the issue around rape kits. Is it the sole responsibility of SAPS to provide these? And because there are constantly issues around the rape kits in terms of them being in short supply. What is the status thereof? And HOD, you spoke about advocacy programs that target all ages. You mentioned universities. Is there anything happening in schools to educate the learners on preventative measures? I think that's all for now on my part. I will come back. Thanks.
Thank you, Comnaidu. HOD and team, my issue is just around the issue of forensic nurses. Nursing Council has now accredited the course, so if you could expedite training. But you know it's not a lack of available nurses, it's the OSD thing. So can you guys now start being managers and leaders and grab the bull by the horns and sort out OSD? If there are people who, if OSD is too much of a conundrum, but there are people who want to come on board, OSD or no OSD, let them come on board. You understand? Yeah, but I think somebody has got to give direction about around issues of OSD. Then I was worried about sectional doctors. It's well and good to have sectional doctors who, sessional I think, ne? Yeah, sessional doctors. Yeah, who come in, etc. But I just want clarity, who are these people? Are these GPs who also run their practices? And if so, then there is a danger there. No GP wants to leave a full house at their practice to go and appear in court and wait the whole day only to be called, no, you have to postpone, you'll come again. So you're going to have a high turnover of these sessional doctors or people who actually do a shoddy job where they have to go to court and testify. So if we could maybe get people who are interested, really interested in medical legal. Then isibaya samadoda, you know, where you say, you ask people, why would you rape? I just felt a bit uncomfortable, where I thought, I hope somebody puts a proper context to why you guys are opening that dialogue, so that you don't end up with a platform where people come in to give reasons, to give excuses, and feel they're being heard, and they walk away feeling, oh, Department of Health understand why we rape. an unacceptable behavior must at all times remain an acceptable behavior. So how you elicit information as to why people undertake unacceptable behavior, it must be within a particular context. Then I also want to know what then happens to that information that they bring out as to why they harm others. I know that rape has got nothing to do with sex. It is a form of violence. How many of those admit to that violence? And how many who give excuses end up feeling like they're being heard? So whatever you do, please just make sure that there is a mechanism of sifting through the excuses to go to the real issues, that you can give feedback to other people about why this is happening. Drug abuse, impaired judgment as a result of substances, those kinds of things. Again, those would be excuses. But let's hear through the form of a report of those dialogues. Okay. And then HOD J88 has got guidelines. I think it has got a 10-page guidelines on how to fill in that J88. But in court, most of them are always found wanting. So I'm actually glad that you guys are training. But I think your training should also go beyond just the form, but to have an addendum of sorts by the medical legal person that they will sign in every page where they need to stamp, let them stamp them to add information, and to and give a context of what is happening. I don't know how many of you watch Skim Sam, but it had a beautiful depiction by Dr. Lizzie Tobagali, where he said Ntswaki came in and she was frazzled, she was this, she was that, and that is why, to me, I thought something unusual has happened. And our doctors don't pick that up. Our doctors see a J88 in a way where they have to mark that human figure, and it's not that. We have had situations where attorneys would say, you said it was raining, you were raped. Nothing in this thing talks about that. You said you were in the veld and you came out of there very dirty and there was grass. Nothing in this points towards that. Because the doctor would have written no bruises, no marks, nothing. They add yes, no, and skip to the... So in your training, if you can emphasize the context and a thorough examination, because someone could actually secure a conviction by actually just saying, this lady here would not have gone to the veld to have sex with this person if they are claiming this was my girlfriend, we had sex. Because now criminals know how to account for the semen in the body of the woman. They usually say it was not rape. It was sex, consensual sex, and we were just in the veld. Yeah. All right. So that, and then like I asked social development, I want to know the difference between crisis centers. And if you have crisis care centers, 40 crisis care centers, 9 TCCs, and then there's also that thing that they're studying. Nokukanya. Ini? Kuseleka. Saying Nokukanya, sorry. Kuseleka. Yeah. You see, there's too much uncoordinated competitive efforts instead of complementary efforts. Why can't the 40 crisis centers be developed further to be made into TCCs? Why can't Department of Health offer? I know TCC started with let them be in the hospital so that doctors can find it easy to go and examine patients. But where we're saying, okay, they can even be off the premises of the hospital, why is it crisis centers not being made available because there's already a structure, they can just be extended. So let's try and think in that way. I think I'll stop there. Yeah. And also to commend you for the good statistical presentation. Obviously, statistics, you know, the statistics and the statistics. Anybody can do statistics, but it was refreshing, HOD, to see you say we have had, 11,554 rapes. Of those, they were not HIV positive. Of those, they had been HIV positive before the rape. You know, it is so refreshing. It gives a clearer picture as compared to what we saw yesterday with NPA saying 70% of convictions are raped. We don't are secured. We don't even know what is the baseline. So stay at it, and that's it. And my last comment would actually be that too many meetings in government. You belong to 12 structures with the same people. 12. In 21 days, I wonder in a month if you have to attend all the meetings with the same people. I want to emphasize that. A month has got 21.6 days. So if you've got 12 meetings, thank you. It's worrying. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, HOD, for your presentation. The one thing that I do not share with my colleagues today is that I have been to some of your Tutuzela centers in the province. I've conducted an oversight. So, as I am the lead commissioner for the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So, HOD, the presentation was beautiful, but what I see in reality is far from what you presented here today. And that's the truth. I've been to the Tutuzela Center at Mahatma Gandhi. I've been to Matadeni, where you had a temporary structure. And I don't remember now the other one, but I've been to about 3 in KwaZulu-Natal. Sorry? No. But it will come to me. You have a very beautiful setup, a very hard-working doctor at the center in Mahatma Gandhi. However, your resources, we did not have rape kits on our inspection. You had equipment that was not in good working order. You speak of separate entrances for victims and perpetrators. We did not observe that when we were at that center on that particular day. So my question to you as we sit here today is that, do you have an MOU in place with the relevant people that lead, that is under the Pillar 3, for example, the NPA, the Department of Justice? Your funding, where is it coming from for these particular Tutuzela centers? Because what is very clear to me is that you lack the necessary funding. We have a blueprint on the Tutuzela centers. Are you aligning your Tutuzela centers to that blueprint? Have you had sight of that blueprint? You also spoke about labs. Okay, let me stick with the Tutuzela centers. You say we have 10. The center in the Dr. Pixley Center, Tutuzela Center, was supposed to be opened as per your records here on the 1st of November to provide full GBV services. Today is the 21st of November. Has that center been opened? Yes, okay. I then want to go on to, we spoke and we addressed funding. The doctors at the Tutuzela centers, there has to be a designated doctor at that Tutuzela center. But from your presentation, it seems as if we have doctors that are being borrowed from some department within a facility or within the nearest hospital and are being utilized in the Tutuzela Center. If there is a designated doctor for a Tutuzela Center, how many of them? Because the Tutuzela Center is supposed to be functioning on a 24-hour basis. And you cannot say to me there's one doctor that is designated. Your medical officers, I think Chair touched on it. I've just jotted down here. I wanted to inquire from you, what are their qualifications? And then your labs in South Africa where the testing is done. You collect the DNA evidence. You spoke about there being a lack of a lab. However, you didn't tell us where is your current DNA being sent to for testing. Please provide us information on that. Your sectional doctors, in terms of who they are, these were also posed by the chairperson. Their qualification, are they trainees? Where do they come from? And then your J88, I want to go into detail with this. As chair, as said to you, we have looked at many J88, we come from the legal profession. And to you, a laceration and a tear may mean the same thing, but to somebody like me, it doesn't. And it could mean the difference between an acquittal and a conviction. The J88 speaks for a victim who cannot speak for themselves. It's a very fundamental document. And in survivors, it corroborates their evidence. You spoke of training. How often is this training done? Please, you need to emphasize to those that are completing the form that this is such a vital document. And if it's not correctly filled in what we would say layman's language, somebody that's reading this evidence is not going to be able to understand, especially where you are not called in. Because based on what it is, it can be requested to be admitted as evidence into record without you being even called to discuss it or elaborate on it. So the training, if it is there, please provide us details or information on how often is your training done in terms of completing this document. Please bear with me. Okay, forensic nurses, I think you've covered that, Chair, on forensic nurses. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Come on before.
Thanks. I also just want to know the turnaround time on average of the specimens that get sent to Durban and Cape Town. On average, what does it mean? Because you so eloquently put it, HOD, by saying those specimens are actually supposed to be elicited, preserved, and transported in a particular way so as to preserve them as evidence. Now I want to know if from KZN there is a once a month, once a 2-month transportation of evidence to Cape Town or Pretoria. Where have they been stored all this time? What is the compromise? We have gone into rooms in another province where the nurse actually opened the room and pushed us back and closed the door because the room was full of rape kits on the floor and on the shelves because they had not been packed. So as Commissioner Naidu says, that's where you win or lose your case. So if you could give us a picture there. And it does not have to be a rosy picture. As you heard in the morning, we want the true picture so that we can go out there and say the picture is bad. Then the last thing that I wanted to raise was the toxicology examination. It's worrying me if we do not have a toxicology examination to test the specimen in drug facilitated assaults and all of that. Because then we don't have a full picture. We don't know how many of these people who are actually violating others are actually violating them with their eyes wide open. Yes, all of them, I would argue they would, but some of them propelled by certain drugs and availability of those in certain communities. We would like to get a fuller picture so that people will start understanding IGR to say there's no ways you can fight this alone. What you are examining there actually started there and it manifested itself in this way, and the impact is the following. So without toxicology reports, it's a futile exercise. We're not getting a full picture. So HOD, like with DSD, I would like to task you to mobilize your colleagues in all the other provinces and say, let's insist on that. It is there after all, but it's set aside for specialized cases. I don't know why. Thank you.
All right, no, thanks, Chair. On my side, mine are not many really. I think I'm covered by and large by my colleagues. I want to check the issue of the DNA laboratory that is to be established. Do you have any timelines there, HOD? When can we expect the laboratory to be fully functional? And on the Newcastle one, the TCC, according to our report, it says a new TCC has been built awaiting commissioning. When can we expect that center to be functional? I just suggest, I don't know if you do that, but I think you have here in KZN intergovernmental relations forum or platforms, so that instead of having many subcommittees and meetings, you can do this IGR once a month and all your stakeholders get there and you reflect on these issues. You can have a technical, then it gets supported by a political IGR in the form or in your clusters, maybe in your ESCO clusters, you can have those sessions. It's just a suggestion. You cited HOD that you've got what you call forensic staff strategy, or you are working on that forensic staff strategy in terms of recruiting. I want you, if possible, to share more information on this strategy so that we can understand it. And if you have a copy, maybe to share with us, even if it's not today. Social Development reported here that they've got a problem of high unemployment within their social workers or within social work profession. And you are saying you are working with Childline and Lifeline in getting social work services. Maybe, I don't know how are your budget arrangements in terms of compensation of employees, but I'm saying maybe you need to consider recruiting some of the social workers to be permanent in your institutions, especially the forensic social workers, so that they can assist you in respect of GPVF. I don't want to sound academic, but yesterday we were confused here and taken from high to low when it comes to issues of statistics. Yours sound very much organized and credible, but I just want to understand the methodology that you use in developing these stats and in updating them, and in respect of record management, to make sure that these stats remain credible and relevant and accurate. I was also happy when you spoke about your male-friendly services and the dialogues that you hold with the men and boys even in the province. But I want to check if you do have any cases of abuse that gets reported by men, and if you have them, how do you handle such cases? Of course, it will talk to boys. You know, in other provinces, they've got, especially in Gauteng, cases of sodomy when it comes to young boys, especially those that are involved in sports. I'm not sure what's the status here in KZN. That's what I wanted to raise HOD and the delegation. I want to hand over to our HOD to check if he's got any questions.
Sorry, colleagues, we just wanted to follow up on Commissioner Ngomanis. I just want to know how you vet the men who participate in your programs. Some of them are abusers and the worst bigots that humankind can find, and they're just hiding in plain sight, using the right words, saying the right things, and we then tend to make them into celebrities when they actually are a scam. Sorry to put it so bluntly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think they should just add, Chair, to your question regarding the vetting of the medical practitioners themselves too. How are they vetted, and are they comparison or reference made to the registers in that regard on GBV offense that are committed? My first question relates to the relationship that the Department of Health is having with National Prosecuting Authority. What are the resolutions that you are having? You raised very good initiatives that you are doing that shows you are trying to assist in the discourse. But what I'm not getting is, what did you give to the NPA or proposals for collaborated works to improving your relationship? And to take that one further, in terms of the data, in terms of the annual performance plan for this current financial year, your report indicate that about 923 cases of teenage of children under the age of 12 were reported. 923 only in a single quarter, this financial year, quarter 2 specifically. It was in one of the slides that you showed. Now the number of 923 of children under 12 sexual offenses, it's a lot. And NPA indicated yesterday that it seems there could be a challenge regarding statistics with your relationship. So I think if you can just clarify, how are you working together there, also with social development? Because if children under the age of 12, 923 in a single quarter, in 3 months we have a problem in the country. What are we doing? That could be statutory rape. It's definitely statutory rape. It could be rape, sexual offenses. So they need to be addressing those aspects, those statistics. How are you contributing to the justice system if you have all those records of 923? Maybe if you tell us how many are in the court rolls and so on, so that will assist us in this system, so that these cases are taken care of. The social development is checking. We getting this information to tackle teenage pregnancy, statutory rape, and these aspects. And you can couple that together with TOP services, choice on termination of pregnancy, statistics that you are having. Just provide those statistics of those children so that that statistic can also assist. So if you were to add them, because here you were specific, 923 was only sexual offenses. Now, what about TOP services of the very same children? It could take it to 2,000, I don't know. So please inform us about that information so that we are able to see. And that data, how do you use it between these three departments, DSD and NPA, so that we can move and see where crime is committed and work on it. And then in as far as the medical legal practices are concerned, I have not heard you mentioning about misconduct that is committed by medical practitioners. Have you ever charged medical practitioners or dismissed them for medical negligence? Because that contributes in variety of ways. It can also contribute to your budget, implication on your budget, because if you are getting legal suits, lawsuits, because of the negligent doctors and practitioners who you are not taking steps against them, then our system is in problem. And if there is any relationship between those and law firms involved, then the state can be used as a source of income. I need to put it clear that the victims who suffer at medical negligence have that right to claim. So that we are not against. But now what are we doing with the root cause of those medical practitioners? So therefore, please provide now what you have reported to Health Profession Council and Nursing Council on these cases of misconduct. And if you can also indicate the budget you are spending on your medical negligent cases. I specifically need days because I'm sure in the Eastern Cape we had the entire budget was going to fund litigation cases. What is the state of KZN in this regard? When I look at your annual performance plan as well of this current financial year, you raised a strength. Maybe you need to explain that one, that budget cut and cost containment, impact on service delivery, you said is your strength. Yes, and that worries me. And cost containment is your strength in your annual performance plan. And what is not clear is then, are you saying you are actually happy with the budget cut which is going against service delivery? The lesser budget you are getting, you are comfortable with it. So hence I say I will give you that opportunity to explain. Maybe I'm not understanding that strength there, that you rather have budget cuts and you will hang on to that. And then, and on the other hand, we are saying we have a problem with the budget. Further, in terms of the weaknesses, it links to the budget cut. You said you don't have adequate staff. So have you started the recruitment? It's in your annual performance plan. How many have you recruited this year? Are the vacancies advertised so that we can move in that regard? And then you further mentioned that poor record keeping allows for increase in medical legal costs. Poor record keeping. In other words, now what steps are you taking against that? Do you have officials responsible for the records keeping? Are they not doing their work? Because then you are actually losing. If you raised it as a weakness in your report, what are you doing with it? Please elaborate what is causing that weakness so that we understand and be in a position to make informed recommendations. And lastly, one of the weaknesses you mentioning that it's failure to acknowledge lessons learned. It's again linked to that. Is there consequence management? If you are acknowledging it in your report as lessons learned, failure to acknowledge lessons learned, it seems like a good way of saying you are letting people go of misconduct or failure to deliver services. You must write it there properly to reflect what it truly is. If you say failure to acknowledge, it's maybe it should be misconduct. So you should at least elaborate on that, or negligence, or dereliction of duties. So please elaborate on what is that so that it can be addressed. Maybe these are some of the reasons that our system might be struggling. And lastly, I must acknowledge this investigation is about Pillar 3, and I've seen a lot of programs that, activities that are listed in Pillar 3 that you are doing wholeheartedly so. And that is acknowledged and appreciated. Please do not then neglect the hardcore medical services as well that you are responsible for in doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. For one, as a point of departure, I would like to request a clarity on the Phoenix TCC. In your response to the commission, you advised that the TCC is to be relocated to Dr. Pixley Isaka Seme Memorial Hospital, Nduzuma TCC, on 1 November 2024. In the list of TCCs you gave us, Nduzuma TCC was listed as number 9. Is the Phoenix or the Phoenix TCC at Mahatma Gandhi Memorial Hospital still operational? And then the commission requested that you provide us with disaggregated data on healthcare professionals responsible for forensic and clinical management, specially assigned to each TCC and crisis center in the province. The response we received was very broad. You indicated that there's a dedicated MO. You indicated that crisis centers, some crisis centers have, whilst others don't have medical officers. We need disaggregated data. You were able to give us a list of TCCs. So give us the data that we want. We need to know how many healthcare professionals are stationed at each TCC. Without this data, we are unable to evaluate whether there is proper implementation of the pillar. You reported that all the TCCs have operates on a 24-hour basis, while the NPA indicated that some of the officials, especially at Matateni TCC, officials are on call at night. And there were inconsistencies in data reporting between the entities that have appeared so far. We are looking at the data that you submitted to the commission and the data that the commission received from the other entities which have appeared. And we are seeing inconsistencies. Now this is very concerning, considering that the TCC structure requires collaboration. It calls for all the entities to work together. So receiving contradicting data from the different entities is a huge concern for the commission. And then we also regarding resourcing, we need transparency in that regard. We need information on the different professionals, professional categories. You indicated that an audit will have to be done to provide the exact number. Now, we find this concerning. You are responding to a request for information from a Chapter 9 institution, and you are telling us that you are not going to provide us with the data, you'll have to conduct an audit. You mean you could not coordinate the information for us and submit the information for us? The investigation is called, even on the questionnaire that you received, we are calling it an investigation into the implementation of the pillar. And that response is not going to help the commission evaluate your department's implementation of the pillar. And then you refer to a strategy. The strategy being planned to ensure that TCCs have adequate medical staff, equipment, and supplies to provide comprehensive care to GBV survivors. The Commission would like to receive the strategy. Kindly share the strategy as well. And then regarding the training, you submitted some attendance registers. The attendance registers have a low number of professionals who were exposed to the training. We require all the attendance registers. You refer broadly to trainings being conducted, workshops being conducted. There is no evidence of these workshops before the Commission. We require those registers. And then, of course, some workshops which the department is presented on. We are unable to evaluate the effectiveness of those trainings, considering that the number is low, and then you have provided us, as much as you have provided us with the attendee list, we do not know what was the target, or what was the targeted number of professionals to be trained. We need information. Do you have a training plan for every year? And then, okay, and then the HOD has presented on Umlazi being the highest when it comes to statistics. Now, the Commission has observed complaints relating to safety at Prince Mshiyeni Hospital. Inadequate facilities were cited, shortages of medical staff, deteriorating infrastructure was cited. Now, this being a hotspot, when the HOD presented, they confirmed that Umlazi is one of the provinces or the country's GBV hotspots. We need to know what has been done to address the complaints stemming from Umlazi. If there are any additional questions, they will be shared in the correspondence that will be addressed to the department. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Mine is just two questions. I think the chairperson had shared the sentiment that there are a whole lot of meetings happening between different governments and different structures, 12 to be exact. And I think from yesterday's engagement with DOJ and NPA, they did mention that they sit in these meetings, but nobody sort of gave an example of the things that are discussed in that meeting pertaining to mitigating gender-based violence and femicide. If possible, maybe could you share some of the things that are discussed in that forum and some of the and some of the decisions that are taken to address those issues that have been raised and the progress that has been done, if there is. And it would be great if we could get a copy of the minutes, just if, let's say, for example, for the last meeting that you have. But I would really love for you just to give us an idea of what is discussed there and the resolutions taken there. Secondly, I think in your APP for the current financial year and the next financial year, you identify gender and transformation as a strategic risk, thus leading to the inability to halt GBVF and secondary intimidation in your healthcare facilities. Are there measures in place to mitigate these factors, or are they still planning to so are there measures to mitigate these factors, and are your healthcare professionals capacitated in terms of gender transformation training when dealing with these type of cases? And I think that would be all for myself. Thank you.
Thanks, colleagues. HOD, can we hand over to you?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we appreciate that the...
Sorry, HOD, I want to emphasize that where you are not sure, you don't need to respond. You can respond in writing after some few days so that you don't feel compelled to respond to all of these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think Chair appreciates that after four, Chair. And I must confess, Chair, you're not talking about us. Yes. No, Chair, let us appreciate the questions. I'm going to give both my colleagues to take a few questions that they would want to respond to. But I think from the questions, what I'm seeing is that there is a lot of gaps that seem to have been coming up as we were presenting here. Something was coming out, but there were gaps that were coming out as well. And we therefore would want to put them into a broader, more comprehensive report. Allowed that opportunity, I think we would have to use that rather than trying to give you a bit by bit. But I'm going to allow them to respond to the few things that they would want to respond to, starting with TDC.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, HOD, and we welcome the inputs, and I think they are going to assist us in actually being more critical of the work that we do, because it does help when somebody with an outside eye, particularly a non-health person, actually is more analytical rather than you who are a health person, because we are used to the system and the processes. We really appreciate the inputs. As HOD has said, most of the questions we are going to respond to in writing. But I just want to just respond to a few, starting with the issue of the forensic nurses. We have been working on this matter for some time, and we are happy that eventually the South African Nursing Council has accredited the current curriculum for the training of forensic nurses. What happened is that the nursing education in South Africa went through a transition process where nursing education moved from being within the Department of Health to being part of the Council for Higher Education. And as a result, the requirements of the Council for Higher Education are that anyone who trains someone on a postgraduate diploma that person must have a master's a degree in that program. Therefore, as much as the council, the South African Nursing Council has approved the curriculum, the nursing colleges have got to take their nurse educators through a master's degree training program before they could train nurses. Then we said, no, we can't wait for that. Hence, HOD was saying last month we had a meeting with the University of UKZN and other universities. And in that meeting, we agreed with the head of the nursing, a specialist professor in forensic medicine, that can they put together a short course for us that would actually capacitate the current nurses that are working in the TCCs and crisis centers, and also provide in-service education to those nurses who were trained and who went through a postgraduate diploma program with the University of the Free State, but were not registered with the South African Nursing Councils, so that they could acquire the necessary skills and knowledge meanwhile, whilst we're waiting for them to go through the postgraduate diploma, which will be maybe in 5 years, I don't know. But we've actually written also to UKZN, and they said they are going to put together the short course curriculum, which will start next year. So that is the issue with the nursing. Then yes. That will be determined once they have put together how many modules and so on, the practical training that needs to go on. I can't say it here, but we expect it nothing to be more than 6 months or so. So that, because if it's 1 year, it will then be a certificate course. Yeah, so it's something that 6 months, because even with primary health care, that's how we started training nurses on primary health care until we had a postgraduate diploma in place. Then, in terms of the DNA laboratory, I want to clarify that this is the competence of SAPS. It's SAPS who's supposed to commission a DNA lab in KZN. Our role as health, they came to us asking us to look for a building that we can offer them. We went around, we looked for the building, we pointed at this building, they said it's not suitable, they pointed at, they said it's not suitable. We are still assisting them to look for a building up to now. And it's both NHLS, it's both SAPS and NHLS for toxicology specimen, because with toxicology specimen as well, we're still taking them to Pretoria. And I think with NHLS, there is a space that we have identified in our old Gale Street mortuary building that we think they could use for the toxicologist lab. I must also admit that yes, there is a challenge with the turnaround time for DNA and toxicology specimen, which we are engaging. As it is, we are submitting weekly reports to National Department of Health, because the DG himself came down in October, on the 16th of October, because of the issue of specimen, pop-up bodies, and so on and so on and so on. So we are engaging. We set up a task team with SAPS to actually fast-track the transportation of the specimen, both DNA and toxicology. The DNA specimens are transported by SAPS because they are the custodians of the chain of evidence. The toxicology specimen, we're told it's our responsibility, and we are, for now, going to transport them to Pretoria. But we are working on a process with NHLS to set up the toxicology lab in the province.
Why the separation? Because for me, unless I've got very limited knowledge around these things, which I do have actually, my limited understanding would be that they both are towards assisting to resolve crimes. So why then separate?
Maybe Dr. Knight can
Oh,
explain, but
okay.
one is NHLS, one is SAPS Vic Center in Pretoria. Maybe Dr. Knight, I don't know if he has.
Okay.
It's a very important question that you raise, but I think it's an historical thing that in this country, when we analyze specimens and when it comes, I take what you say, it's about investigation of crime. And one would think logically that investigation of crime is done by police and police should handle all investigations, but it doesn't happen that way. In terms of DNA, they've got a biological section in the FSL that does the DNA analyses. If you look at toxicology from post-mortem specimens, it's sent to NHLS. If we look at specimens that have to come from the living body, if we take blood from a drunk driver, now NHLS in the last few years has taken over that function, and we do those specimens in Durban. So now, I think we're in limbo at this stage where we want to analyze urine for drugs, for drug-facilitated rape. It will be the responsibility of NHLS. But we're in a quandary here. We don't have the necessary kit. There is no kit. So we have to start from scratch. We have to go out on tender. We have to say what we need, what tubes we need, how, the specifications, etc. Get the kits, and then get the machines, get the analysts, and it will all be done. But it will be done by health, it will be done by NHLS. So there's a dichotomy here. And you can't just say it's investigation of crime, everything will be handled by police. It's a bit confusing.
I can see, Chair,
It's honestly one of those things that are so upsetting. We, the people, in the meantime, are suffering. I know I'm speaking like this is a slogan, but it is the truth. In the meantime, after all is said and done, laboratory specifications, don't, we still are having high levels of crime, criminals getting away with it, victims of survivors being traumatized and being killed 1,000 deaths in their souls, hearts, and minds and body. It's
When I approached this with some senior official in Pretoria, that I've got this specimen and I wanted to have it tested, the response was, we send all our specimens to private labs here in Pretoria. Why don't you do it in Durban as well?
Chair, I don't want my colleagues to frustrate you even more. because these challenges are challenges that speak not only to clinical forensic, but there are other issues at the forensic pathology that we have had to call SAPS and say, sit here, why are we here? I think at some stage we were asking even about the kits themselves, getting enough kits. If I was to come and say I've got a kit, as long as they don't know where you got it from, they don't take it. So there are these issues that we have to iron out with them and be able to say, how do we move in a much quicker and better way? So there are these frustrations. So I said some of the things need a lot of detailing for us to do. Let me make another example. We recently were saying there are bodies, maybe commissioners and the colleagues may have noticed, we've been on the news with our mortuaries having a lot of bodies remaining. It has taken us, we now report on those bodies on a weekly basis to National. Because we would ask, why is this body still here? You get that response, which is more an excuse, until later you realize the person who was investigating this case died. And this case has not been given to anybody. And therefore, the case cannot go until this new person is satisfied. So there are many operational issues that we deal with, but they are operational. Question is, at a strategic level, what do we do? And just yesterday, we were talking of some remains that have to go to Pretoria. Skeletal remains that have to go to Pretoria. When they submitted this to me, I said, we've got kids that have to go to Pretoria. Because it's them want the remains, take the kids together. So you have to maneuver. But I'm merely saying, I think the broader report or comprehensive report will share some of the things. And also, Dr. Knight is speaking of NHLS and SAPS. These are laboratories. But because there is a specialist there who knows this biology part, this one knows the toxicology part. And therefore these guys, they are separate and they want to remain separate. And we are not in control of it. But I was trying to avoid, it's more like we are telling on our colleagues.
Yeah.
Have to tell.
We really don't want to tell. Yeah. Yeah. We really wish that really could be effective, because when you talk about specimen waiting to be picked up to go to Pretoria, it's really a problem. But we'll talk about it. The other issue that I wanted to also to clarify is the issue of the methodology that we use for statistics, recording and capturing. Victims of gender-based violence are treated like any other clinical patient. So every patient that comes to a facility, whether it's a TCC, a crisis center, or a casualty, is recorded. We have got patient registers where patients with their demographic detail, clinical information is captured. Then that manual information is then captured onto a system, electronical, which we call a web DHIS systems, which captures information daily. Then we are able to get monthly data, we are able to get quarterly data. So we just go into the system and pull out the data. It doesn't mean that that system is perfect, but it's there consistently across all health facilities, across the whole country. There might be data errors here and there in terms of capturing, in terms of summarizing and so on, but that's the methodology for, hence it's easy to get because it has got indicators, number of patients given PEP under this age, disaggregated by age, gender and so on, number of patients HIV negative given post-exposure preparation. So it's captured like that on the web DHIS system. So it's easy to pull the data out of the system. Then I think it's the last one, the relationship between NPA, and I think we have a beautiful relationship with NPA, I must say. Very good working relationship. There's just one advocate that we work closely with, myself and Dr. Naidu, who is very passionate, who is very active, and we work very well together. The progress on the achievement that we have done with the SDOH so far in terms of TCCs, in terms of lobbying, funding and sponsors to upgrade, to renovate, to build new CTC has been through that relationship. We sign MOUs with NPA almost on a daily basis. For every TCC, we have an MOU that spells out what is now. We don't have an overall MOU. Like for instance, just about a few weeks ago, we were signing the MOU for Matateni Hospital because it has been completed. Also, may I clarify that Matateni is an existing TCC. It's just that the building was dilapidated. They've built with NPA mobilizing funding for us through FNB. We've built a new TCC. It's completed. They're just going to move into that one. All the others, even automotive and so on, we have MOUs. Then the PICS Ligaseme, we have not closed Mahatma Gandhi. It's just that because maybe we could answer the same question, Dr. Knight, the difference between a crisis center and a TCC. A TCC will have a site coordinator from NPA, a victim assistance, a person, and then the rest of the staff. Whereas a crisis center might have a part-time site coordinator because of the resources. So what we did, because Pixley Gaseme is situated in Inanda, which is the highest rate of sexual assault. So we have downgraded Mahatma Gandhi to become a crisis center, which means the site coordinator and the victim empowerment will move to Pixley, which is not very far. And then, but they will continue providing the full package of services. The doctors and nurses will continue to be there. It's just that the site coordinator now will be full-time in Pixley and will liaise for Mahatma Gandhi, but they continue to operate both of them. Thanks.
Okay, let me get you.
Thank you, HOD. I just want to add on that. You know, it's imperative that we move, and I'm sending the invitation out again. If you want to see the best TCC in the country, the best building, state of the art. But we've got some excellent human resource personnel there as well. They've done, I don't know if Mrs. Msimango saw the videos, and they had the quality day. Maybe I should send you the videos, and you'll see it's more than the buildings. It's more than the building. But anyway, it's one of the state of the art facilities, and it's worth a visit. Pixley. Yeah, the latest one. The difference mainly between TCC and a crisis center is the case manager and the court link. The case manager is located at the nearest court. And in this instance, it's going to be the court next to the hospital. There's the Kwamashu, Ntuzuma Magistrates Court. And then, of course, it's the victim assistance officer and site coordinator. Now, one must remember that efficiencies, and we play numbers games here in terms of where we open TCCs, where we employ personnel, how we use personnel, etc. Mahatma Gandhi will still have, if we divided the numbers of patients that we've seen at Mahatma Gandhi, and now with Pixley opening, there are roughly about 700 that's going to be seen at each institution on an annual basis. So this talk amongst NPA personnel is, shouldn't we have a TCC at Mahatma Gandhi as well? So that's being discussed. In addition, we can have another TCC at Addington Hospital because the numbers warrant it. But I think as managers, and what you say is, shouldn't we be going out to rural areas, areas where that are neglected or underserved areas? So that's a discussion for another day. I think Mrs. Msimango covered the DNA lab. It's despite all our efforts in supporting SAPS, and SAPS came to us looking for buildings, looking for land, etc. At the end of the day, we had to concede that this is a SAPS mandate and that we had to back off because we wouldn't get anywhere without SAPS taking the lead. Now, some of the questions that you pose to us is unfair. Unfair in the sense that you are asking us about turnaround times. We as doctors, when we examine rape victims and we collect evidence from the patient, we are doing it as part of the investigation. We are doing it for SAPS. We're doing it for NPA. We collect the evidence, we give it to the SAPS member, and it's his responsibility to transport this, to analyze it, and not bring the results back to us. We don't need the results. The results go back to the court. So we are not aware what the backlog is, how long the turnaround time is. You know, we may read it in newspaper reports, etc., or we may at IGR, at these fora that we sit on. But it's SAPS and NPA those are the main role players when it comes to backlogs. Okay, so I don't think we would be able to answer that. Insofar as rape kits go, here again, the kits are a mandate for SAPS. It's the FCS in SAPS that must provide the kits to us, and we just use the kits and hand over the kits once the evidence is collected, sealed, labeled, whatever, packaged, and handed over to SAPS. Now, it's fine where the case is reported, a case number is allocated, the patient is there with you, it's a fresh case, it's within 72 hours, the police officer is present, or you can give him a call, I'm finished with the patient, come fetch the kit. That happens in the majority of cases. But there are a large number of cases where cases are not opened. We don't have a CAS number. What we are given is an OB number. Because the computer systems are down, or the patient reported to another police station. For example, if they report at Point Police Station and hop over to Addington Hospital and be examined there, but the rape happened anywhere in the province, we would collect the evidence, and the evidence would be in Addington Hospital, and you can come and open the door, and the kids will come rolling onto you as well, like you've mentioned. Because nobody bothers to come and collect these kits. And therein lies the issue. We sit at meetings, at high-level meetings here. We will be with SAPS. SAPS will tell us, you can go to any police station and report. You don't have to go to the police station where the rape happened. But yet, we do that, and this is what we're faced with. We're faced with kits that just accumulate and accumulate. And then I've drawn up a protocol where we have to destroy kits because we have to get a register. We don't have space to keep these kits. We wait for 3 months. We try to contact the victim, and the victim is non-contactable, or she doesn't want to report, etc. And then we get SAPS personnel, health personnel, NPA, and we destroy the kits and retain the J88 forms. So the rape kits, what I'm saying, is the responsibility of SAPS. As we sit here today, I've been informed that a whole truckload of kits has been delivered to my office from Durban Central. Now, we don't want system, and I think as a commission, we don't build systems around persons. And that's what's been happening here, and people tell me this all the time. You Mr. Fix It, and you'll get things done. Tomorrow you're gone, and nobody else will be able to, there's no system in place. So because all those kits now I'll distribute to all the other TCCs and crisis centers. So I think we've spoken about the kits. Now when we talk about forensic social workers, so because somebody said, why don't we as health employ forensic social workers? They're not like forensic nurses. Forensic nurses do clinical examinations and collect evidence. Forensic social workers are like investigators. And they work for SAPS. So it won't be our responsibility to employ forensic social workers. So just be mindful of that. In terms of vetting, I think all of us have to get vetted. And I don't know whether DOJ mentioned this yesterday, because DOJ is responsible for this, and they've been going around from department to department, and they talk ad lib at their meetings that all of us have to get vetted. And I think the sooner that a law is passed that if you want to continue in your employment, or if you're going to get new employment, you have to be vetted, I think then people would find the urgency to get vetted. At the moment, I think there's an inertia, and we're not forceful enough in exercising this and forcing people to get vetted. So it's an important issue because the law is there, and I think we need to exercise that. And I think there's a priority project with DOE officials at the moment for all of them to get vetted. But certainly as a health department, we have to get vetted as well. I think Mrs. Msimango spoke about data sets and stats. Unfortunately, this is set at national. Now, the data sets that you saw there, under 12s, reporting after 72 hours, new cases, PEP, all of that is set at national. And you and I may not be happy, or that may not be the ideal. We may need to change the ages a bit in terms of statutory rape, etc. We need maybe more information, known perpetrator, unknown perpetrator, family member, etc. We need to, as a high-level team, to discuss at a national level what should we be collecting, what would be meaningful data. And then we need to have this set at a national level that could be sent out to the provinces, and then we could collect data accordingly. But we can't do that at a provincial level, because this comes, as Mrs. Msamango mentioned, that it's web DHIS set nationally. You've spoken about the short-term curriculum. The short-term curriculum, as I see it, what we're going to have is what the American system has, is they have what we call a SANE, a sexual assault nurse examiner. And we could run a course for nurses who could do this 6-month course and then qualify as a SANE, and then they could do sexual assault nurse examinations. I think that's what the curriculum Prof. Sinagogo Duma might be thinking about. Then I want to talk about, we've spoken about expert evidence and giving evidence in court. And that's the elephant in the room. You know, a lot of this has been said, but when it comes to nurses and doctors wanting to get involved in examining rape victims, they don't want to, because they don't want to be bothered about examining a case and then being called to court sometime later, being irritated by a subpoena, and then going to court and being cross-examined on what you wrote. I'm a big doctor. I treat patients. I don't like people to cross-examine me and ask me how you examined this patient, why you took this, why you didn't take that. And people don't like that, both our nurses and doctors. And I think we need to, because gender-based violence is such a mammoth, a pandemic in our country, we need to have a shift in mindset for our clinicians, nurses and doctors. We need to upscale or give clinical forensic medicine its rightful place. It's as important as forensic pathology. It's a specialization. Get doctors to specialize in it, become specialists, and do research and examine patients, and that sort of thing, to elevate the status of the discipline, to match what's happening out in the communities. As we said, so somebody said we should be doing research at a tertiary level to match the needs of the communities out there. There's a dying need out to address gender-based violence. And our clinicians, it seems, in simple terms, don't care a damn. So we need to change that mindset. And yeah, that's about it. I thought I'd just like to get that off my chest.
Dr. Naidoo, before we move away from you, since you are so passionate about the TTC, we in the province have heard that there was an issue with the Tutuzela Center in Pixley and concerns around the location of the toilet in terms of where the perpetrator was held, and that the perpetrator was able to wash away evidence. Has this issue, if true, been resolved? And if so, was it the reason for the delay in opening of the Tutuzela centers?
Certainly not in the delay. I think the delay was more through budgetary constraints that we had, and we didn't have funding to open the center earlier. But the location of that room comes from the blueprint for a TCC where we don't mix victim and perpetrator. that if SAPs are transporting them, they transport them separately. If they come to a health facility, they are seen in separate rooms. So there was a separate facility for the perpetrator to be examined in. I don't know why one would want to link the ablution facilities to the separate perpetrator examination room. It's the responsibility of the investigating officer or the officer in charge at that time to ensure that the necessary precautions are taken so that he is examined in that pristine condition, in the condition that he was in. I mean, I've had instances examining drunk drivers and said, get onto the bed. And then you're examining the patient and you feel, yeah, what's this? And what do you think you're feeling on the perpetrator? Something hard? What has he got on him, on his waist? He's got a gun. Now, these are the kinds of things that investigating officers need to apply common sense when they are dealing with perpetrators, that they need to take certain precautions. Now, why, if a perpetrator would only come accompanied by a police officer, I don't see how he would then go into the ablution facilities and then try and wash away his, it's the responsibility of the SAPs to ensure that that doesn't happen. And it's got nothing to do with delaying of the thing. What we've had was a shortage of room space, but what we've tried to do, we've tried to maximize the allocation of the different rooms that are there, and we're going to do a timeshare basis for the different personnel that are going to work in the center.
Thanks. Dr. Knight, you shouldn't have entered the fray. We would be in the next door having a party now. Now you opened a can of worms. I just want to start maybe from the bottom and say it actually is a sad day for us to sit here as professionals, and I take it you are a very high-ranking official in the department, DDG? Deputy Director, okay. Okay. So why they brought you here? You are the Chacharak Deputy Director. I had to say, come. We are going to show them. So you are in trouble.
No, let me take that one, Chair. Most, if not all, the teachings and the coordination in the province has been involved.
Okay.
At a private level, but then we said, come back.
Okay.
So that's why he's here.
Okay, I see. Oh, okay. You must donate those to us.
I was going to say that.
You know why I say it's a sad day? Because 1996, we took to the streets as activists then to fight against the issue of termination of pregnancy, where every nurse, every doctor, all of a sudden became this happy-clappy Christian to say, don't count me in, don't count me in. I have a right to choose what to do and what not to do. And it was from a very judgmental basis, because termination of pregnancy does not mean you must have done something wrong. As we know, with rape, with all sorts of things, there it is. Now we've got children that we call uhlazo lasekhaya. No, because half of the services in terms of termination of pregnancy have closed down, they've been compromised, those kinds of things. And now, 30 years later, we are in a third generation of professionals, because the 60-something and whatever who were between 40 and 60 years old in 1994 are long retired, dead and buried, some of them. These are their children, and sometimes even 20 years old, 25 years old, it's their grandchildren. We are here, and now they're saying, I'm not interested to be questioned. And it is so sad that with this Rolls Royce of the Constitution in South Africa, nobody sees it as, hell, I have a right to make good for my neighbor. And this is the country, by the way, with the most churches. This is the country with the best human rights blueprint. You know, everybody is saying all the correct things, but we have professionals saying, I'm not going to be questioned. But you are questioned because somebody who has violated and even murdered another person must actually go where they belong, in jail. But you're saying, I'm not interested. How sad. So I hear you, the mindset has got to be changed, etc. But it honestly is a sad day for us in South Africa. Nobody seems to be interested anymore in fellow South Africans, in fellow mankind. Then about vetting, we were talking about vetting of people who come onto our programs. I'm not talking about professionals. I'm talking about the lay people, the activists, the advocates out there who come onto programs. Not everybody is coming for the right reasons, like I said. You know, we've got people who are hiding in plain sight. They are the worst bigots, but they say all the right things, as we said. And we find them in our midst saying the right things. So that is why I was saying, please, with men's forums and all of that, just make sure that you don't end up with somebody who one day they're going to say, there's our serial killer speaking on the stage. Yeah, that's the nature of things sometimes. Then you said something about, you know, everything is set at national, and then it comes down, and you're almost like implementing. It's confusing. When Minister Motsoaledi was minister not so long ago, one of the things that he used to say is, I can do very little with provinces. They're like autonomous. They're almost autonomous. Now I'm thoroughly confused where I'm sitting. I was under the impression that you can do your blueprint according to them at that time. They were saying there's very little that you can do. In fact, when Esidimeni happened, one of the saddest days again in our country, they were saying we could not intervene. It is a provincial matter. It does not, you know, how they use their resources is according to them. Now I'm hearing something different saying, no, actually, things are set at national. So if you could clarify for us, even if it's on paper, what is national, what is what? I know there's concurrence authorities in certain things, but can you just clarify for us? Because we're getting the runarounds, and then you'll put that on paper. The last thing that has actually disturbed me is the destroying of rape kits.
Used kits. Chair,
Yeah.
She's not coming to my department, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, we're not referring to rape kits, but we're referring to used kits that are supposed to be fetched by SAPS.
To go where?
To go to the laboratory.
For
Remember
analysis.
when he was explaining?
Wait, let me ask. For analysis.
For analysis.
So that the feedback links
to the case.
Yeah. Yes. So when you're destroying them, the case does not have a perpetrator.
Now, the case may have me as the perpetrator.
Yes.
But the clinical evidence,
and therefore you can walk,
which would have been submitted by him, was not fetched by this SAPS officer or any officer.
All I'm saying, you may walk. That's all I wanted to confirm. All I'm saying, you may walk. Thank you. That's all we wanted to confirm. And again, it is too sad, Matota. It is too sad. Rooms full of what you, no. We're going to take this up. It has got nothing to do with you guys. It's us saying the system is broken. Yes. So I want you to understand. So these will be examples in Parliament of how the system is broken. It has got nothing to do with you guys.
Yeah, I can actually, Commissioner, testify to that. In October, I went to Peter Marisbeck mortuary. I found a room full of specimens that have not been collected. What pained me is to find a kit of a 12-year-old child that was taken in 2022 and not collected. Coincidentally, there were 2 SAPA's guys that had come for something else. I called them into the room. Guys, here are specimens piling up here. Why are they not being collected? Here is a kit of a child. I took a photo of that kit. That has not been collected. They said, oh ma'am, no, we'll go back. That is why we then had that meeting with SAPS and impressed upon them that they should collect. And they started collecting for 2 or 3 days in that week. Now it has stalled again. Today I've just read a report where there was, HOD was supposed, in the meeting that HOD was supposed to be in, their NHC Tech. Dr. Mahlati was presenting on the progress with the proper bodies with the collection of specimen. We still have piles of specimen that are sitting in our mortuaries and even in our clinics, which have not been collected. Not that we are telling on SAPS, but it's also, for us, I don't know whether because I'm a mother and a woman, it really pained me to see that specimen, to say this child has been denied justice. This kid has been sitting here since 2022. What happened to the case of this child? Because obviously the child was killed, was murdered. Hence, the specimen was taken in a forensic pathology lab. So it's really, really, really a problem. Because you think about I found boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of specimen that have not been collected. And it's really, really, really a problem.
Thank you very much for alerting us. We will raise it tomorrow. We're meeting with SAPS. It's sad.
Sorry, Chair, I'd just like to add to that. The reasons that the police give to us for not collecting the kits is because the case has not been reported. It doesn't have a CAS number, a computer-generated number. It has an OB number.
Okay.
That's the reason.
Okay.
Now, my question is...
After 2 years.
Well, it could be any time period. Yeah. But my question is, we need to change tack here. Because in all of those kits that we've collected specimens, there's DNA material there.
Yes.
Can we not find, because we are solving a lot of serial rapists and serial murders now because of DNA. Is there no system that SAPS will say we can't take it because we don't have, there's no case number. But can't we analyze these, and of these boxes we can get profiles, and then we can link those profiles to other, it may be he's done it to so many other people. So there must be some kind of system where we can send these for analysis instead of destroying them.
And Dr. Naidu, my issue would actually be those are the things that you're supposed to be discussing in your 12 meetings. Honestly, those are the things. I think it's about people taking exception to say, I cannot be working so hard and then I end up destroying my efforts. Aibu, meet me halfway. Those are the things that, because now you are talking about MOUs, you're churning MOUs. What are the MOUs saying? We as lawyers, we sit here and we think, okay, which means they're not worth the paper they're written on. You know, as you know, sometimes you produce a contract, they say, who drew this contract? It's not saying much. So which means your MOUs are not saying much because you are not going into the actual things. You're not going into the actual thing. After seeing that room full, that's when you're supposed to come and say, this is what I saw. Who's responsible? What do we do? Before you destroy, at the the meeting before, the meeting preceding the destroying, you need to go there and say, hey, I'm about to destroy rape kids or whatever specimen. It can't be, guys. We're denying justice. You put it so well. We're denying people justice. That's what it should be, but as civil servants, not this color coding that we get onto and glossy pictures and what and what and what.
But the issue is, before we destroy, we get SAPs involved in as well as witnesses. We try to locate the victim, and if the victim is not contactable, if the victim is contacted, doesn't wish to open a case, etc., there's many reasons that we would take before we destroy those kits.
Yeah, but it still does not matter. A country with a constitution like ours, no evidence, that's evidence. No evidence is supposed to be destroyed for any reason. A country with the billions that we have. Aibo, hold on. I think, who's chairing?
Maybe, Chair, let me move away from this. I can see we need to check BPs now, and blood sugar levels are going up and down. So, one, we were asked about the issues of advocacy and whether advocacy happens in schools. Yes, advocacy, communication, and education does happen in schools. We've got a school health program, but we've got also other programs that are linked to, remember I said there is what we call mother, women, and child programs. Now, among activities in that are activities that go to schools and we discuss with both male and female children and generally try to up their confidence and how they should live and all that. So there are such programs, they are happening. But I also wanted to cover, Chair, the issue when I said, why would you rape? It was not the question that we asked. I was merely figuratively saying we engage with them to try and say, for instance, one of the questions I easily ask when we're sitting with males, particularly the young males, I ask a question that says, if I am sitting with you, your sister walks past, and some guys start to say, there is your sister, then I say, into ukuyidlalela leya. How would you feel? I remember a 15-year-old saying to me, "Ngakugxoba." 15 years old, ukugxoba is I can crush you. Now then I go back and say, then why do you do the same with other young girls that are not your relative? So we engage with them. The aim is to say, feel the pain that other people would feel when you do these wrong things. So that is the objective. But the really is to go towards this mindset change of saying you have to respect. But I think there are things, Chair, that we have not said. There are many things that have come with, I don't know whether it's modernization. The level of respect that you find is not as much as you were growing. Just yesterday, Premier says to one young guy, I think the guy is 18 or 19. Premier says, I can't hear you. What is your name? The guy says his name, now for the second time. Premier says, but you can talk louder than that. He says it again. Premier then says, has anyone heard him? The guy says, Premier, I said my name. We all look down. So there is that mindset of I've got rights, and all the other things that come with it are killing the whole thing. Question is, how do we change that? We need to go there. I think it's important. I think most of the questions I don't want to go to because we agreed we're going to put them into a something written. So I'm otherwise, Mfuyiwa Mache will be angry with me that we're continuing with this. I'm starting to feel like this is now the engagement. Normally our MENCO meetings last up to 9, at least. We start at 9 in the morning until 9 at night. So we think we are now starting. But I think the issue of vetting did touch me a little bit, because just recently which district was it, where a male nurse was to be investigated for sexual assault. I think it's yes. Now that vetting becomes a challenge, although Chair was not speaking to vetting of staff, but you start to wonder as well on that aspect. Here is a female pregnant for that matter, and here is a male having some assault. Immediately when we said we want to investigate, he resigned and has disappeared from where he stays, and we don't know where he is. So I think it's one of those things that we need to speak to. But Chair, I think there is so much we can say, so much we can report. At the end of the day, we must say that we're grateful that you are doing the oversight over what we do. We may think we're doing very good. I'm disappointed when my commissioner says, no. I think the toe must be with her, so that so that she speaks good of our TCCs. But we need to improve. And we are also grateful that some of the things, they may come as questions, but they are giving us ideas as to what and how we should do some of the things, including the pushing on the South African Nursing Council. But also, the reason we use SEGI to teach doctors this examination is because it's never taught at medical school. The question is, we know mental health is going up, rapes are going up and all that, but the teaching on this is very minimal. Also, the time it has taken, I think the first time I said, let's start the clinical forensic, I don't know how many years ago in the province, I was not HOT. And you can see that it's taking slow. So the wheels must turn quicker for the society. But also, Chair, the reality. Drugs, alcohol, the rights, we must look at that. We must look at that and look at it very deeply. Our children, besides that they get to eat poison or whatever, they get these things anywhere, anyhow. And I've got a lady in Umlazi, a gogo actually, who knows that her responsibility from Thursday to Monday is to look after the children of her children. And it's not like you are asked. They are just dumped at the gate. That sense of responsibility is gone. And when they then come and report that I waited for so long and all that, it's very, very sensitive. So these are issues that we're dealing with, but very difficult. Thank you.
Okay, no, thanks HOD and your team. I see English says you must leave the stage while you still have audience that appreciates you. You seem to have lost audience. You seem to have lost. So I want to hand over to Commissioner Dr. Naidu to just give reflections or the way forward, then we close. Just 2 minutes, Commissioner.
We're not doing 4 pages of reflections. She's going to wrap up, don't worry. We'll do reflections tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll include them in the report.
Okay.
Yeah, so just wrap up.
All right. It's good evening, everyone. So sorry, it's good evening, everyone. Just a short wrap up. I won't do reflections today. We'll do that tomorrow, but we will include the Department of Health tomorrow as well. We as the CGE would wish to acknowledge the hard work being done by the Department of Health. It is only by working together that we can ensure that victims and survivors of GBVF receive the necessary access to efficient and sensitive criminal justice that is quick, accessible, responsive, and gender inclusive. We'd also like to apologize for keeping you late, for the program starting late, but I think it was your own fault. Tongue in cheek. Thank you once again, and have a safe trip back home.
Thank you, everyone. Before we close, I need to call on Mr. Shuping to perform the ceremony for. Thank you.
Otherwise, you can never tell lies until we release you from home. So
Well,
let's release you now.
I stopped telling lies because I'm
Before then, you were busy telling girls lies.
No, Chair, the truth of the matter is, so many women have been promised aeroplanes. Until today, they don't have it.
Thank you, Mr. Shuping. Eshawuti, Dr. Shabalala, if you may come to the front.
No, you don't have to. Come to the front. Yes. No, thank you. I think you gave me the opportunity that I missed actually regarding the vetting of the DPSA. It concerned me. There's actually regulations since 2001 and also back 2007. So please, the department must look into those DPSA regulations regarding the vetting of the staff. It's compulsory. So it's just in promoting human dignity, at least, of these clients that we are serving, that we should serve it from understanding and hire responsible people within our departments. In those words, thank you. You are released from oath, Chabala. Thank you.
Thank you. Session officially closed.